Good morning and welcome back to another session for Football Manager 2023 with Ytterhogdals IK. So the next match is against Umeå. Apparently we won all of these since we played them, so ever. This is kind of weird, but should give us some confidence, right? On the other hand, it's especially these games that are dangerous, so we'll have to wait and see how it turns out. Also, apologies in advance, my mouse is still broken, new one's on the way. I hope it arrives today, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Alright, so Muteba's contract, we didn't offer him a new one so far. His current one will get extended. Do we want to? Sure. But he's one of the players with the promise for the training facilities. Let's leave it like it is. Because his current contract is alright on a wage basis. Or maybe, well, let's not leave it like it is. Maybe he's willing to go with something else. I don't think he's an important player. He's more of a squad player or a regular starter, I'd say. That's alright. Maybe we can get him down to below 30. His current contract runs for 30, or we can include a clause or something. So maybe we can get him down. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can get him down to 25 even. Something like this. Well, okay, he doesn't like that. So, and neither does he like the clause. Doesn't look like it matters much though. What we can try is offer him a higher appearance fee. Get rid of this stuff, I really don't want it included. Keep the promotion wage raise, we will not get promoted anyway. Push this up to 150. Lower the base wage, give him a 1 year extension after some amount of games. And he will probably not accept that, but yeah, he will not. So the jump in base wage, or the drop in base wage is too low. Jonas Andersson apparently had a good game. Malte Ekman will have an extra year. Do we want him for an extra year? Sure. Why not? For 40? Not so sure. On the other hand, he is one of our better players. As a playmaker type behind the midfield. Or in defensive midfield. Also in attacking midfield, really. As a playmaker, he's the only one that's moderately viable. I'm not sure. We've got alternatives, but I still feel we want to keep Ekman, right? So let's try to keep him. He's already an influential player too. That's it's a bit of a bummer, because he still has balanced personality. But what can you do, right? He thinks he's an important player. Well, more like regular starter to me. Yeah, and that's too expensive. So, at least due to the fact that he has a clause. so I will leave that. Ytterhogdals will also get extended. I really want to keep that guy around, but I don't think he will agree to a deal. Yeah, he is an important player to us though, so that's okay. That wage. He's on a 50 per week contract now. I don't want him to become unhappy. But I think we can do with the extra year in the current contract, and wait until he wants another contract. So this is due to the yellow cards. Ytterhogdals accepts it. This is fine. Ytterhogdals will not be around in the next match. Next match against Umeå will be an away game. So how do they play? Yeah, okay. So apparently they like to play in this kind of formation, positive. Runaloff. Okay. I feel like we played them that much that I know half of the players at this point, which I really don't, but I remember Kampf, for example. Now they are pacey. Yeah. I feel like we might have won the recent matches simply due to overlaps and overlapping runs. But I'm not sure if we won every single match that way. And given that it's an away game, maybe we want to go with something more defensive-minded. Let's put it that way. So, more like this. And in central defense, it will probably be Wickberg, despite him not being match fit. But we offered him a new contract. Hopefully that resolves the unhappiness situation. Second in the league. That'll be a hard one. They will play at home, high morale, with the fans in their back, or at their back. Oh yeah, and there's people trying to sign Moreira da Silva. So, for 75. Something like this, maybe. He has no interest. He has no interest in joining them anyway. Ishak's got a 1-year contract extension, so I don't feel he will improve much, especially not in the finishing department. But overall, physicals wise, this is good. Mentals aren't too bad either. He's technically limited, but I feel like he can make a contribution to the squad. So from that perspective, that's okay. And now he's bound till the end of the next season. That's good. So let's have a look into this. First this. Well, this doesn't look good, right? My stream is a blank screen. That's new. Let me just check that. Well, no it isn't. At least not for me. But thanks anyway, I guess. Where was I? Okay, so well, then I just opened it. You might have heard it. I just opened my own stream and it works fine for me. So if anyone else can confirm that, that's it's certainly a possibility that there is a technical problem, but it's not a blank screen for me. And it would be highly unusual to be a blank screen all of a sudden, because it worked for the last 4 weeks. I didn't change anything. Sure. So but that stuff, that's definitely a ban for me. Promotion of some sort of bot tactics is not something I'm fond of. Actually, there was some. We had an event recently where like 30 newly created accounts followed me immediately, and I had to remove them manually. I think this is really stupid. You don't want to have a count of followers. Yeah, that's not real. You want to have real watchers, people interested. And about the blank screen thing, I really wouldn't know what to do. OBS works fine, the stream preview works fine, and even if I open up the live stream, it works fine. So yeah, not sure what's going on there. With the scouting report, anyway. Well, I will see afterwards, by the way. So in case there's a problem there, I will have one missed episode to go for YouTube. So that would be a bummer, but it's not like I can change anything right now. Okay, back to where we were. So they play tiki-taka style, short passing, extreme pressing, and yeah, they wait for us to lose focus basically. I don't know how far up they push. There's no analysis here. Linus Markon stands out apparently. Yeah, he's more of an attacking variant, that's for sure. And if they play him as a wing back, so there's that. In that sense, this is dangerous for them because he's not a good defender, and central defenders have to do this. Who's Berglund? That's this guy. So on the other wing, there's more of a defensive-minded player. Actually, that looks really nice overall. Decent one. And to me, more of a central defender. But okay, they play him like that. Apparently they are a good attacking team, and well, we don't know much else. This is next opposition performance, yeah. So most of their passes are in the midfield, but well, it seems like they don't press up that high on the pitch, and the defensive actions are mostly, well, within their half overall. They regain possession high up on the pitch though, and they lose it there too. Also, back here. So it might be viable to press them high on the pitch after all. Because if they lose 30% of their possession back here, that's really dangerous. Well, it depends. This probably counts long balls. But still, pressing them high on the pitch might be working. And by the way, Alan, you were here at the start of February too, and told me I have a blank screen. So it seems to be, I don't know, a repeated problem for you at least. So we had a draw here. That's the wrong one. For match preparation, I feel like this might be viable, but well, we have a problem with sharpness though, right? For those that get rotated. But I don't feel like we will rotate much going forward. Sorry about that. This is definitely not what I'm going for. They can do something like this. The U19. The transfer window opens rather soon. So The thought process here is as follows. We might need to trade some players and improve squad quality a little bit. But on the other hand, I don't want to spend too much on it. And that's a problem. Well, he's not interested in it anyway. So 525 it is. No, it is not. So let's go to 1.4. I feel like we had him here. We're at 25% here, if I'm not mistaken. One recruitment focus, no other recommended players. Cool. This will be the best meeting ever. So this is the overview. And really, I can look this up myself. There's a lot of players listed for loan. Yeah, no recommended players. That's it. Great. Thank you very much. This is not a useful meeting. We will need to look that up ourselves. We don't know much about many players at this point. So this is already filtered. We know of 267 players overall. This is not good. And maybe one of them is really good and interested in signing for us. But I'm not convinced that this is the right guy for our formation. We play with a strong striker, and strength 3 is not the one we're looking for, and to a similar degree it doesn't look well to employ him in an attacking midfielder position. He's got the technical test, but we've got other players that got that, so I don't agree with that assessment. This one looks decent, but he's already 32. And then there's the others. Definitely not. Most of these keepers would be a possibility at some point, but well, only as a last-ditch effort, and even then, we've got 2.5 keepers that are perfectly viable solutions. So I don't think this is okay. Also, I feel like our youth intake came in, if I'm not mistaken. They were really bad. There's no scouting knowledge to speak of for most of these players. And some of them are, well, he's with Göteborg. Great. Let's offer him a trial. No, but some of these are really bad, probably, and some of them are just out of our league. Apparently they don't think so, though. Let's offer all of these a trial, whatever. Get them to the second team, well, the U19. For some reason we know about a few Somalian players too. Might be a coincidence though. But yeah, I want to know about some players, and maybe a few of them come in for trial. There's a few cancelled trials. Because that's too many. Okay. There should be an accept all button. Probably there is, I just don't know where it is. "32 messages. Well, most of these are trials. That got confirmed. Now, Wickberg with the new contract is happy to be with us. That's okay. So we can untransfer list him. No. That's good, Armor that wants to start more games. Again. We already had this. Yeah, it's always the same. He comes, about the lack of playing time, and then he doesn't want to leave. And to me, he's a French player. And now I will get another dialogue, probably. I have no idea about the trial list just yet. What I can say is we should probably look into more of these players and see if some of them serve as an improvement to the squad. Because we have a lot, well, we have a lot of problems finding decent players. Eric Robertson. This is our Eric Robertson. We sold him previously. I don't think he will have improved that much. But okay. So yeah, we need acceptable personnel in some areas. And especially with the central defenders, we've been hard pressed to find any quality that's acceptable for us. We found players with weaknesses. We found players with weaknesses and potential, like Hellström is. He's got really decent potential, decent personality too, as a fairly pro. But we're seriously lacking a first team player there that's really well rounded. We've got people with good jumping reach, but they're a bit slow, and or the mentals aren't good enough, technicals aren't good enough. There's always something with these players, and that's a problem. Same can be said about midfield and the strikers. I feel like there's not enough viable options that are really well rounded, and that's not good. I'm also hoping for better performances of our playmaker types. That's Ekman and what's his name? Melander. Apparently Jonathan Jorge is a bit unsettled for some reason. So this is one of these players that I feel like we could sign. He's fairly pro. He's an inverted winger. I would like to have him. Even though his 97 appearances only resulted in 3 goals, this is really bad, I think. But I think this is a good investment for the future. And as an inverted winger on an attacking duty, he would definitely serve. This is a player that has no weaknesses for his role, at least for me. So I would even be willing to go with a transfer fee here, in case we can either sell him on for a better amount, or well, plan B, we can keep him around, really, and he serves the team. And I think he doesn't look like he's prone to injury, so I definitely think that this guy could well, let's compare him to Ytterhogdals, will we? Yeah, similar level or better. He could be an important player for us, and Ytterhogdals could be all of a sudden second row, or at least, I don't know. The two could rotate, so I would sign him for as a regular starter or maybe squad player. He will probably want to be an important player though. But yeah, I'd make an offer for this guy. Just us that's interested. That would go through in a few days. Installments? No. Something like this, please. This doesn't work. Okay. So that's where the installments came from. Sure. If we pay installments for him, that would distribute the entire thing. And we would be able to pay this with our own income that comes in from installments. Okay, that's much too much, but something like this maybe. So that's 1.5k. Yeah, they would be happy with that. No clauses in addition. This is fine. But I think we didn't want to pay his wages last time. He had much too high wage. Well, he expected too much. And at this, I don't want to go there. So either they pay the installments, or they don't. But he's not interested in the transfer anyway. Yeah, he doesn't want to. Still, I feel like this is one of the viable signings. If he ever develops interest in signing for us. So in this formation we will probably play not Warwick, we'll play Ishak. And Kulovic might be on the bench, yes. Cool, that was an error by the mouse. Same with the defender here. Anderson is probably the better choice. He's the one who's trained for that role, even though he's not that good. But we gotta play the captain from time to time, right? With the others, I'm not too concerned. He had a 6.8 rating last time. Came on after 2/3 of the match. Korovic improved a little bit too. His training did improve too. Well, that might be a bit late, but I'm happy if it goes down like this. Skill armor doesn't though. Ostrom, this is good to see. I like that. But It's also a little late. He needs to be better overall. Asason and Forcell are both bound to be banned after the next yellow card. Hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon. Or not for both at the same time. There's also the draw for the cup coming on. Maybe we can make it to in Sweden. There's this. He was unable to resolve. Oh yeah, okay. But in Sweden, the cups are a bit weird with I don't know, some sort of league games. There's a mini league apparently in the cup, but it's only after you qualify for it. So in case you get through to this stage, you're bound to earn a decent amount of money. In case you're not, well, there's nothing. Well, there's you play one of the bigger teams, probably. So with the Umo game, the plan is to invite them to pressure us a little bit and score on the counter. That's it. And hopefully we can have a motivated squad. Ishak had some time on the bench last game, so maybe that increased his motivation. Most of the players need to improve their form overall, though. That said, we didn't lose the last two games. I feel like their performance was fine, other than conceding 3 goals in 2 games. He's not interested. As I already said, I want a 1.2k. At least 20% of the next game, and that friendly. And I don't feel like we're getting anywhere with these negotiations. I will not go below the 1.2k because, well, I can't. Well, at least for a clause. I could take the money instantly, yes. That would be an option too. That doesn't go well. By the way, how expensive is scouting now? Yeah, okay, we can live with that, right? It's not like this is absurdly expensive. Shortlist isn't that long either. Paul Coleman will come in because he's a failed pro. That's the only reason we signed him. And David Bendrick, he might work as an attacking wingback. But he was probably too expensive for us. That's really a viable option, I'd say. This is a good one. He's better than everyone we have, I think. So most definitely better than Anderson in, well, every aspect of the game. Or most of them anyway. We've got Moreira da Silva. Where is he? better than Moreira da Silva. He's a bit slower, but that doesn't count. And well, this is the left wing back, but it's still a viable comparison. He's better than Ngungu Muteba. Where's the other guy? What's his name? Ngongo. Gisla Ngongo. Yeah, also better than Gisla Ngongo, even though Gisla Ngongo is really good on the physical side, but this is not a well-rounded sample. David Bendrick looks better in that sense. So I'll go for an early toilet break, and we will look into this player as well as how to defeat the other guys afterwards. Maybe we can get a point of free. And we're back. Good, where were we? David Bendrick. Would we be willing to pay money for him? Yes. I think so. He isn't a natural in this position, but we play with wing back here. And he's just flat out better than anyone we have. That's just the reality of it. But he will probably... Yeah, he wants to be star player, and there's a lot of clauses in here. And I will not play him as a central defender either. And I cannot improve the coaching team, we cannot afford that. And that's probably what's the problem overall. So let him have his role as a star player, maybe. No, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to sign. So could we play him as a central defender? Sure. He wants to be a no-nonsense center back though. Runs with ball down right. This is a great trade for a central defender. So I do not want to do that. Say we promise to improve the coaching team for some reason. Okay, so that's the thing. He doesn't want to come in without the promises, and I don't want to promise him whatever. I don't feel this is viable. It's too much. A lot of our former English signings immediately leave us. I'm not too happy with that. It feels like we need to sort this. The youth overall. We spend too much money on the youth team. It doesn't serve any purpose. It just doesn't work. So either we spend money on the youth team and try to improve it, really, or we just get rid of it. And I'm not sure what's the better solution there. The quality of our youth team is really bad. Coaching isn't that bad, I think. Considering how much money we spend on it, it's acceptable. There's not much money going in there anyway. They offered for Moreira da Silva. That's our offer, more or less, right? Yeah, okay, let's accept it. He doesn't want to go there anyway. He's not happy with the training sessions. Because he doesn't think strength is viable. Alright. So, what do you think is viable? I mean, quickness, possibly, would be a good idea with a pace of 6. It's really not good. And he's got natural fitness 20. So, he should be able to improve his physicals even at the age of 28. And if he doesn't, well, I don't know. And then there's no potential left in him. Which is definitely an option at this point, but I wanna try it. Not enough coaching attention during tactical possession training. Okay. Why is that? I don't feel like this is okay. That's probably down to the fact that the trialists were in. So Anton Berg improved in determination. That's good. That might be due to the mentoring unit, as it was put here. His determination is only 17. But the other attributes, ambition and professionalism, I'm more concerned about these. Hopefully we can get them up there. And here, Puga and Ostrom don't look great so far. Yeah. They already have it, the trait for the dribble attempt, so even if all 4 get it, it's not that horrible. They all have a right foot. That's a strong one. And I'm not unhappy with them dribbling in any of the cases. Oh, Helberg maybe, but I think he gained it himself, so we could just try to undo it. On the other hand, this is a conditional thing. He will not dribble that much anyway. And I don't think the trade makes him dribble more, so it's okay. There's a cup draw. Hopefully we draw either somebody really bad who we can defeat, or somebody really good who wants to buy the home right. But first we go through the press conference here. Why do we have such a good record? This record doesn't mean anything though, at least not to me. And Victor Kampf is a good striker, that's why I remember him too. Or eye-catching passing style. Well, that won't be around next game. At least if I can help it. Let's see who we draw. Okay. Fernandez goes to Arsenal, at least in this game. So I think they sold, Bayern sold Hernandez and now Fernandez. Well, in this universe of Football Manager anyway. Kinder IF is the preferred opponent. Great. What does that mean? Oh. Yeah, sure, let's play Lunds. This will be great. Hopefully it isn't Lunds. On the other hand, with Lunds I would we get FRC Farstar. So what does that mean? They don't even play in the league, right? I am not sure. Do they? No, they are all on non-contracts. This is an amateur club, which is by itself a little bit of a problem, maybe. In amateur clubs don't pay their players out of principle, so well, because they're an amateur club. So we have to win this one, obviously. But sometimes they bring in players that are really good. And they don't pay them any wages, so it's just... Yeah, they played for a few friendlies, and all they play now is the cup. So that's alright. And they will play it at home. We will not, because they are the smaller club. But it's a bit off. We've got a long time to go. Playing away. Maybe we even play the defensive formation against them. Just deny them the ability to score and in any way. That might work too. We'll see. I don't have to go for an away game and dominate the game. Doesn't make much sense to me. Let them do the work. Ostrom trained well, apparently. Do we want to play him as a defensive forward? Or as a pressing forward it is. It's probably a bit much, but on the other hand, he did well. Same goes for Kulovic though. That was well done, Mr. Bengtsson. No, he trains as a wingback. Doesn't look like he improves much. Luke Collins, isn't he on the way out anyway? Apparently not. What's he doing? He trains as a box-to-box. Thinks this does not produce results. Well, I feel it does. But he might as well go with, I don't know, decisions and composure, maybe. So, final third training. Why not? Then there's Tobias Palm. I think he needs to improve overall, so... Not much discussion there. Who are you? Sakadat, well... Third, that's not good enough. And there's Joachim Andersen. He's a casual guy. It doesn't matter. We gave him a new contract at some point, but with that personality and susceptibility to injuries, there's people that get a non-contract that just need to be released immediately. And this is one of these. And we can be happy that he's gone. Because he might have potential, but he will not realize it. Not at this club and not anywhere else, not with that personality, and I will not try to make a, some sort of professional out of somebody that's casual. Just it won't work. It takes too long. So everybody expects us to be defeated, all of a sudden. Let's not get defeated then. Oh, Adam Hellstrom. Is this in the last week? Wow. Yeah, so he actually improves. Like, really. Not just on paper and due to redistribution of attributes. No, he really improves. That's good. And composure, marking and heading had a slight improvement. So now heading is his biggest weakness. That's good. We can deal with that. Not a problem. Let's put him on heading training then. Because he's got the jumping reach now, to make up for it. Yeah, and this contract, when was it signed? At the start of the year. He turns out to be an important player for us. Pretty soon, I think. He might be an important player or a star player at the age of 20 or 21, and if he's willing to renegotiate, well, let's wait. The package is not complete yet. He might not be able to sustain that. On the other hand, if he does, I will gladly give him a contract for, I don't know, 50 to 100 euros per week at some point. Because we need a leader in central defense, and he looks like he could be that leader going forward. In comparison to Ytterhogdals, who had a long time on the pitch at this point, Ytterhogdals is better in the air. That's it. He's better overall. That's a curious thing, because he lacks the heading and on the marking side, where Ytterhogdals is a bit better, but Hellstrom will manage to get up to it, I think. So this is a good signing overall. I feel not to be happy with myself too much, but even if he doesn't improve at this point, he's one of our best players. And just due to sheer redistribution of attributes, he should be able to compete with the rest and be a solid central defender with a good personality. So in that sense, he's bound till 2027. Do we want to give him a contract for, I don't know, life, basically? Is there something that can happen? He's got below average injury suspiciability. The pace is a bit lacking too. But he's 19-year-old, natural fitness is 12. I think he will improve in jumping reach and strength as well as in the rest. This sample will be well-rounded pretty soon. Especially the acceleration, he will probably be able to reach an 8 or a 9 at least. For a central defender, that's in our league, that's decent. And the mentals too, this will go up at some point throughout his career. I'm more concerned with the technical aspects, heading, marking. Tackling I cannot train anyway, but especially marking and heading. If he improves these, that's not a problem. And also, I don't think his jumping reach will ever reach 19, but I don't need it to. It's okay. With his size. That's decent. Yeah. So I think he can be star player at this point. And for that money, I'm really happy to go with it, yes. But so we can extend his contract anyway till 28 for cheap wage. Why would we go? Why would we move up with the money? Well, to keep him happy, right? How is his importance in the squad at this point? He's still one of the other players. Yeah, so getting him into a star player position first will trigger the clause. Definitely. And now there is no other clauses anywhere to be found. Great. Yeah, we triggered the clause that that confused the game. Now he's spun till 2028, and we can still extend his contract till 2029 and give him a decent wage. I don't want to spend the money there, but I feel like this is viable. Because he will be in the first team going forward. Whenever I can help it, really. Hennel. Josh Hennel did improve a little bit, yes. He's one of the ones to go out of the club anyway. So, yeah, sure. What about him? Compression decisions are bad, so let's go with final third training, but we will not get a fee for him. And now we need to win this game. And we need to win it as much as we need to win the game against Hammarby later on. Well, maybe not as much, but to a similar degree. The game against Hammarby is one against a direct opponent for going down. This new, well, so you can see that. I'll show you. This new, I don't know what it's called. Pitcher, probably. It's not a real pitcher. It's really weird. Makes a lot of noise. There's not a lot of flow. So, sorry if it sounds a bit, bit annoying. Yeah, so we got his contract extended. And now we will give him a new one. He wants to be star player? Sure. Yeah, now he wants a 50 euro per week contract. Previously it was 45, but that's still okay for a star player. And I feel like he can go there at some point. This is all good, really. I just want to drop the basic wage. Let's say 45. And I'm willing to offer more for a clean sheet than for anything else. Yeah, now he's down to 45. He still wants some bonuses. Something like this, maybe? Cool. That's better. If we go down, okay, 30% wage drop is perfectly fine in this situation in case we go down. Does want an appearance fee though. How about that waste of money? Yeah, doesn't matter to him. And neither does the clean sheet bonus apparently. No, it doesn't. So the contract extension after league games. Cool. Well, I have no idea who Vidovic and Luca Romeo are though. So yeah, that doesn't work here. But I feel lone players are always an option, in case they improve your squad, sure. You just gotta be careful about the morale, right? Yeah, that sounds like good money. I would gladly take a few million here and build a training center for it. Or maybe even two. One for the youth and one for the seniors. Well, I don't know why either. But so there was no one else that complained about it so far. I've got an idea though, but this is so I don't want to blame you, right? But it might be down to your connection. I'm not an affiliate or partner, so you gotta watch the stream in the quality I upload, which is 1440p. So in case your internet connection is not viable to stream a 4040p stream, which can be it can be a bit demanding on some connections, that might be a problem. So maybe it's down to that. But I will not reduce the quality of the stream, which would be absurd, right? I can upload in that quality finally due to fiber. And well, if I ever get to affiliate at one point, you will be able to switch to put it down to 720 or 1080p. It's just yeah, I cannot change it right now. And also, given that this with the entire dialogue and everything goes to YouTube uncut, you can watch it later on. In that case, it's not the same, of course, but yeah. I also upload a 1440p to YouTube, but I think YouTube. I think it reduces quality. There's only SD and HD there. I don't think 1440p is a thing on YouTube for some reason. A lot of these platforms really optimize for mobile these days, which is kind of stupid to me. But well, it's cheaper, right? I'd rather prefer a stream in a good quality, so that's why I upload it that way. Also, you wouldn't be able to see anything if I uploaded it in less than 4040p, because I'm playing on a 1440p monitor, and if I reduce quality to normal full HD, it's barely readable at this point, because it's just everything is too small, I guess. It doesn't work that way. So it's not like I have a choice. Or maybe I could, obviously. I could reduce resolution overall, but that doesn't make any sense. You don't have that hardware to reduce resolution, right? Okay. So... well, let's get back into it. We will face a team that is rather good with the ball, and we're trying to counter them at home. Is there anything that we need to do? Yes. So our wingers would definitely need to mark the wingbacks in this situation. So the right winger will need to mark the wingback on the left, and the left winger will need to man mark the winger on the right, wingback on the right. Where is it? There. That's simply I want him to contribute defensively, and that should ease the pressure on our own fullbacks, the no-nonsense fullbacks here, and hopefully with that reduction in pressure, they can contribute more in defense in the center of the pitch. Also, given how the opponent plays, I feel it's viable to show them to the outside, basically anytime. So we want them to go to the outside, and we also want to I don't know, inviting crosses is probably not a good idea in this situation. But what we can do is in possession, we can try to play a fairly wide game. That's simply due to the fact that they play with a 3-man back, and I wanna on the offense, I want them to be stretched. And in case one of our wingers wins the ball on one side, he can probably go down the wing. Even though it's an inverted winger and they will cut into the middle of the pitch at one point, they can run down the wing, first and foremost. So maybe that helps. We will not try to score through the middle of the pitch. So probably we will score through the middle of the pitch at one point, but I want to draw it out in offense. And ball distribution should go to multi-Eggman at this point. I feel like multi-Eggman could do as a playing the long ball, right? We want him to play a direct pass. He doesn't even have it here as a traitor. But he can play that one killer ball for one of the inverted wingers, or maybe even Ishak. Also, I feel like Ishak might be able to break, not with some regularity, but from time to time. Yeah, Tillander, you can do just fine in that room. So hopefully we can make it work. Apparently pressure is a thing here. Yeah, it's the second of the league, even though we won the last 5 games. No, pressure is not a thing. Well, great recommendation, Mr. Assistant Manager. So, let's tell them that we have faith, and that's it. Brooklund immediately closed down and lost by Ytterhogdals. So that doesn't work well so far. But the crosses come from deep now. From a central defender in this situation. So... And there's the first yellow card of the game. Eggman... Oh, Azarson, why? Why did you need to go there immediately? After 5 minutes, right? So now we need to change his role. He cannot play as a ball-winning midfielder for the entirety of the game, which is another 85 minutes. Maybe central midfielder on support duty. And we've had to shoot more often. I want him to ease off tackles, but I don't know, close down more, not sure. Cross-aim target man is also useless here. And he's not a good shooter, right? Long shots 8, yeah, okay. So he can take the odd long shot, but I don't think that's a good idea. Marklund. Kampf manages to win the duel here, and Eggman clears it into touch. Sun Young. And Berglund with the header. So far, we managed to keep a clean sheet. 15 minutes into the game. Moteba, Hellström. Hellström back for Zetterberg, who goes for the long kick. Ishak wins the duel. Arsarsson. And that was close. So Ishak was a bit too slow there. If he would have anticipated that ball, maybe he would have stood a chance. That shouldn't be a problem for Wickberg. So... Kampf again. And Zetterberg can keep hold of the ball. Well, he can't. He deflected it. But he managed to avoid the goal. Son Young. That's our son. That guy looks really dangerous. Wickberg is booked. Fernandes again. Zetterberg. Zetterberg's got it. So this doesn't work. It looks like we get too much pressure at this point. Zetterberg with a long ball. Well, that will not end up anywhere. Ekval. Hellström, well defended. Anderson, well defended too. Tillander, and yet another corner. I feel like we need to change the formation anyway. Or the playing style at least. We don't stand a chance that way. For 20 minutes we didn't break. Anderson, nice pass for Tillander. Oh, he might have been injured there. Yep. That's it for Tillander. Hopefully just for this game and not for the entire season. Potential foot injury. So Warwick will come on after 20 minutes. No, we're missing our paciest option at this point. That should be offside by Kampf. Yeah, it is. Ronilov with the long ball. Hellström wins the header. Villander. Oh, that's a good ball for Sayang. Hits the post. Ytterhogdals. Okay, so that's enough though. We can clearly see that they dominate the game, and we cannot afford to go that way for the entirety of the game. So I'm willing to vary a little bit. Let's go with 2 box-to-box midfielders here. That's probably not a good idea, but we'll try. He should still ease off tackles. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and this really is more of a move, because I see that the current game doesn't go well. So I feel we would lose it anyway. I might as well. They should still go with their Mendo. Yeah, this is better. I might as well. I feel risk it, because in that situation I'd rather have risked it and try to score or created some chances at least, than not done anything and just suffer the defeat. Melander, Hellström, Forsell. Nice opening ball by Forsell. That'll be a corner. We get a corner. We trained those. So maybe Wickberg can finally head one in. Who's at the post? Ytterhogdals. Warwick with the corner. Swings in. Not a good one. Arsarsson. Mutheba. That's another cross, and that ends up with the keeper. Well, it was more of a lob than a cross. Berglund, Sanyang, Kampf. Well defended. Ekman, Hellström. Ishak wins the ball. Ishak with the long shot. That was probably a good idea. His long shots are better than his normal finishes, so yeah, he took the chance. Why not? And Ekwell gets another yellow. This looks much better. 10 minutes into the game, we look like we finally cut out those chances. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Hopefully they can score one going forward. We need that goal. We need to extend the win, right? Or the run. With another win. We cannot have a draw. Anderson pushing forward. Warwick clearly not offside. Warwick still not offside. And Ranelov saved it. That would have been it. Warwick with the corner. Well defended by Berglund. And that's well intercepted by Ekman here. Hellström, Muteba, will he lob it in? Oh, of course he will. But overall, I'm happy with that so far. Anderson's on a yellow now. Muteba with the throw in. Asarson, Muteba again. Muteba with the cross. Helmström's in the middle. And now we face a counter situation here. Well, no more. Or do we? Muteba, Ekman. Ekman loses the ball to Kampf. That's stupid. We should have defended that better. Yeah, that's a good ball for Cy Young. Marklund, Kampf. In off the crossbar. I don't feel this is it's viable to say this was a counter. To a degree, yes, there was some pace in it, but we were around. We should have defended that. Now we gotta climb that one. But a defensive formation wouldn't have helped here. Not in any way. Ytterhogdals, Muteba. Forsell manages to keep hold of the ball. And that's not a good effort. Anderson, Asarson. Asarson with the cross. Hellström with a finish. Central defender. Up front. With the in the throw situation. So we get another corner by Warwick. That's an outswinging one this time. Not a problem for Ranelov though. We had some minor chances here. Doesn't work well. We can try to stretch the pitch a little bit in offense. Try to work the ball into the box and retain possession to create some better quality of chances. Muteba doesn't have a good game, so at this point I'm willing to give Alp a try. And same thing can be said for Warwick, but I will not substitute him. And Ytterhogdals, whose only substitution would be Hellberg. I'm not willing to do that. Kulovic? Not yet. Right. Let's give our current striker Ishak another few minutes. And the problem is the next substitution will need to be free. Ishak, Anderson, Wickberg doesn't win the duel. Warwick. Well, he took the shot, but that was a bad one. Really, Warwick should do better. He's got a decent finish, after all, but we have not seen it so far. Kampf with a direct header. Anderson with a cross for Ytterhogdals. That wasn't a good idea. Asarson wins the duel here. And attacking by Ekval looked a bit dangerous to me. Ekval out for Marklund. Can Anderson intercept it? Kampf with another header. He just drops off a little bit and the defender isn't able to follow. That's not good. So, alright, that's our last stoppage. Let's go. We will... So Altmont wants to make a difference. This is great. There's no central defender on the bench, so it doesn't matter much. Anderson deserves his yellow card, and also he's anxious, apparently. So let's get someone else on the pitch, and then we will put Hellberg in favor of... on the pitch and let him replace Asarson. Due to the yellow card, but also because he doesn't make much of an impact. And Hellberg is a box-to-box. Probably too, yes, but can he play Metzala? Not really. So let's keep him in the box-to-box role, and hopefully he can maybe go for a shot or something. But they've got another 25 minutes to go. Free kick. Okay. Well, I didn't see that. Also, working the ball into box doesn't work so far. We retain possession, but that's about it. So we will need to switch that. And maybe play even higher tempo to unsettle them. Well done by Alp. Kulovic doesn't manage to keep the ball. That should be offside. It is. Come on, guys. Push forward. Do something with it. Levander with the ball. Gigovic, Berglund, Mazur. Mazur with another nice long ball from Reinholdsson. There's a cross. Hits the post. We're lucky, really. Kulovic, well headed. Ytterhogdals. No, nothing comes of it. Ngongo, Wickberg. Kulovic. Well, if this was intended to go for goal, was offside anyway. Alp, throw for Ytterhogdals. Alp. Marklund, this ends up with Warwick. He tried to go for the shot there. Yeah. Ngongo, and we concede a corner. This doesn't look like a game we could have won at this point. The quality of the passing hasn't been great. Ngongo, Warwick now. Doesn't look like he creates anything. And there goes another corner. Everybody's very frustrated. Another corner. Wickberg heads it clear into touch. So we face a throw. They are well in control of the game, sadly. And there's another corner. They gave away a lot of fouls. We didn't make any of it. Or anything of it. Terlander's potentially injured. Sayang. Another corner. This is not how you draw the game. This is how you lose it. Sun Young. Well, at least it's not another corner this time. Habib, Berglund, Levander, Ytterhogdals apparently jumped over it. Well defended this time, but we can't keep possession. Gigovic, Alp, Ekman. Can Ekman find a nice killer ball? Let's go with very attacking now. Doesn't matter if we conceded a second. Or does it? Berglund nearly scores. They do not seem to close down the opponent. That's the big problem here. At least to me. Hellström. Berglund, Gigovic. Berglund, Levander. They just play it down. Gigovic. You run down the clock and it doesn't look like we have any chance. The chances they've created were decent. Gotta confess to that. And this isn't deserved, I feel. Look at this. We're trying to defend this 93 minutes into the game. Emphasis on trying. Cross from deep here. Forsell wins it. Kulafic. Finally some possession. Ytterhogdals. And then nothing. Could have had 90 minutes to win that one and to do something with it, but really there was not a chance. I'm really disappointed with that. Yeah, they can be disheartened and stressed as long as they want, but this is not okay. So I put him out because he wasn't good. Malte Ekman looks stressed. Well, with Asarson, okay. So I feel like he didn't play well, but we cannot be too aggressive. Forsell, on the other hand, he wasn't good enough. And same goes for Ishak. Ytterhogdals was really bad though. So that fired him up. And he did go off due to the yellow card. I'm not angry with Zetterberg though, it's not a problem. That happens. Facing that many shots, one had to go in at some point. It's really annoying though. So now we need to win against Hammarby, or we're getting relegated. That's how it is. Well, we need to win every game, obviously. And he's injured 4 to 5 weeks. Great. And now we've got a problem. Failure to attend a meeting will result in the board terminating your contract with the club. Well, yeah. Don't want to go there. But it's kind of interesting. We're trying to avoid relegation this season. This is the first time we hit a relegation spot, and immediately we get into the talk. Cool. This is repeated. Even a draw would have been okay in this situation. But we didn't manage to get it. So we might not go down after all. We might get fired prior to that. Yeah, the players aren't... Well, we should have signed better players. Or maybe spent some money. I oversaved, probably. But given that the problem is not so much this, the problem is that we will not be around to reap the rewards. That's always a thing in Football Manager, obviously. If you've got a chairman that fires you prior to going down, well, there's not much you can do. Not good. I don't know who PJ City is, by the way. Yeah. 45 weeks, that's somewhat serious. It's a lot. I also feel like there were a lot of games where we were really unlucky at this point. It's like in the last two games, we wouldn't have needed to concede two, or that one game goal. It was really close. So anyway, next game is against Hammarby, and against Hammarby we need to win. It's just how it is. We need to win this. So Kulovic will probably make an appearance there. And Boric will also. Set pieces didn't work out as well as I thought either this season. But this is especially down to midfield, I feel. In midfield this was really lost. Because we're missing Oliver Swan, basically. I hate to admit it, but we miss him. That's part of the problem. Hellström, whilst being a really good player and whilst developing into a really good player, he didn't have dominating performances so far. He would be able to going forward. I feel he will develop into somebody who can well dominate defense here and just keep a clean sheet more often than not. His partner on the other, or his partners, I gotta say, don't look that well though. I'm not so concerned about Muteba. It's more on the right side. That's my fault probably, because I play Anderson there. Muteba as a wingback on support doesn't improve much. Didn't decline much. 6.71 is not good enough though. He had a much better season last time. Or last season. Anderson, it's not like he falls off a lot. So I'm not really sure if he's the right one to blame in this situation. It's part of it, but it's a bit too easy. It might also have to do with the fact that we play with a ball-winning midfielder here. We're trying to concede less, and in turn we score much less. So that's a problem. On the other hand, this squad can score. We showed it. Or we've shown it. But yeah, Asasan is banned from playing anyway. He will not make the next game. So Korovic might have a chance. And he will play as a Metzala. Hopefully in a better fashion than until now. Malte Ekman's inclusion didn't do much either. He's not a dominating player that we want him to be at this point. And Ytterhogdals, well, 6.1 speaks for itself, right? So we'll go through these immediately. And first of all, I'll go to a team meeting. Here. We've all been rubbish and nobody can hide from that fact. Exactly. That did something, yes. He is on a transfer bid. Only that one club though. The others came in with a free transfer for him. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe we should have played him more often. So that switch towards Anderson, maybe that just didn't work out. That's part of it. Well, if we get fired, that's also part of the thing. Oh. So let's complain about the lack of protection. Arsason, he accepted his fine. Okay. So I already changed a bit, but he conceded a lot of goals this season. I don't know why that is. He's a decent keeper overall. He should do better. So I don't feel it's down to the keeper. Maybe his performances, yes, but 6.76 is not great. He could do better. But to concede 20 in 14 games, yeah, that's not great. But it's not like it's really, really, really bad. He should do a bit better though. But at 31, I don't expect him to make any big changes. We managed to go through the last season though, despite having a problem with the keeper position, or a minor problem. We rotated Westberg, Blennestrand, and Sederberg, and Sederberg and Blennestrand as well as Westberg did on a similar level. We conceded too many goals, yes. The problem is not with the conceding. The problem is that Ian Holmström up front is missing. Now, we can obviously argue that we should concede less, yes. But we were trying to improve defense. That's for sure. Sederberg apparently is a highly influential player at this point, so that also means he needs to play. Yeah. Can he rally the troops? I don't know. So let's talk to him about his form. This cannot do. We're not really underperforming, are we? Yes, we are. Oh, come on. So, training hasn't been great. I didn't criticize this prior to the game. Might as well do it now. And in the last game, well, he conceded 2. So, it cannot have been that great, right? At least he agrees with that. Tilander's injured now. That's a problem. Yeah, we can put him on the... no, we cannot. I kept thinking about injury rehab, but he's out for now. Anderson, how was his last game? 6.6. That's part of the story probably. He doesn't do that well, but not bad enough that I am really annoyed with it. His training hasn't been good though. Not sure about the conduct. For Cell, well, the form throughout the season wasn't great. 6.7 isn't good enough to be in the first team. But more importantly, we might have criticized him earlier. More importantly, the last game wasn't good enough. 6.5, no chances created. This is not good. So that worked. His conduct overall is decent. Is there anything to praise about his last game? Not really. I mean, the passing is halfway acceptable. Yeah, let's praise the passing, but okay, we already did something apparently. Doesn't work anymore. So yeah, that's what's up with Forcell. We gotta improve morale somehow. Ytterhogdals will be available next game. That's good. His performances recently, I'd rather have him on the pitch, let's put it that way. 6.84 isn't great, but it's not his fault at this point. I feel like he's suited to be an important player here. Sure. He trains as a central defender, he improved a tiny bit. That's the end of what he's capable of, obviously. He will not do much better going forward, but to fight against relegation, he certainly should be capable of doing better than what he's been doing so far. And this is also perfectly in line here. The entire team has had a bit of a drop in performance. 6.98 isn't... It's not great, but it's okay-ish. And it's still within the possibility that he scores another goal or two as a central defender. We set the set pieces up so that he can. So that's entirely possible. He just didn't manage to do it so far. But yeah. With such small numbers, I think this is entirely possible. Hellberg, well, that's a bit of a discussion. So recently he trained well. That's good. Performances on the pitch. Passing is good. Let's put it that way. The passing is good. No. This though. He didn't create any chances though, so that's a problem. And that's it. He's in perfect morale now. So seen from that perspective, he might be a good contribution, but skill-wise, he's the replacement for Nila Fossell, and it shows. Not that Nila Fossell has been much better, right? But at least there's something. He trained really well. His form has been... As a central defender, he is responsible for this situation overall, but it's not... It somewhat shows in the form, but not too much. And 6.82 is rather decent. He should improve a little bit, but given that he improved overall in attributes, if he doesn't have a sudden drop in form for some reason, he will improve going forward. I'm willing to trust this guy with this. I don't think it's the time to put Bolt Blom on the pitch for some reason. This is too early. Or maybe I will get fired avoiding that decision. But overall, I think he's a good player. And he warrants a place on the pitch. Ishak, well... Let's say he could have warranted a place on the pitch. He doesn't score enough for a striker. But it's not so much about his scoring. I would also be happy with him creating chances, but that doesn't happen. And the supply for his jumping reach and the moderately decent heading it's not there, I feel. And that's also his fault, I think. He doesn't create that much space. Not as much as Ian Holmstrom did. So in that sense, he doesn't work for us. Now he works in a defensive formation to break with a certain regularity, but I'm not convinced that this is a good choice going forward. And it's not down to the finishing. That's part of it, but it's not down to the finishing. This is more down to the fact that he cannot spearhead attacks. So in that sense, it's more down to the strength apparently, or I don't know, set of mentals, whatever. Lukas Johansson is really a last-ditch effort to sign somebody in defense. I don't care really. He can have a long time at the club and try to adapt to circumstances and play at one point. He did make one appearance with a 6.4 where we conceded, so yeah, that wasn't good. But it's been a bit against Tabby. It's been a long time. And really, if he trained well, I would probably play him at some point. Khalili's out on loan. Ytterhogdals didn't do good. Well, the training improved, so we got that going. But he doesn't create as many chances as Hugo Bergman. It pains me to say this, but he doesn't. And also, he doesn't play well enough. That's just not enough for a first team player in this squad. And in the last game, he didn't create any chances to speak of. Now, that said, yes, his creative element is a bit lacking, but he scored a few goals. That's not too bad. If not for him, we wouldn't be in this position. In both meanings. Because he kept us a lifeline, I'd say. If he wouldn't score, we would have had that meeting with the chairman much earlier. And in that sense, I'm happy that he scores on a regular basis, even though the last match didn't work out. Melander didn't contribute much so far. He trained well. 7.4 is good, especially at that age. This is rather okay. 6.63 is absurdly bad though. For somebody on his technical level, especially. So why is that? He had some really bad games, and in this situation, I feel like Ekman is the better choice, and Melander can remain on the bench or off the squad. Really, we will criticize his form. Yeah. And that's it. Can we say something about his conduct? Not too great. Not bad either. Moreira da Silva. Well, he's in the process of being sold. His training has been bad. Shall we just give him another contract and play him? I mean, his performances haven't been bad. He's not interested after being transfer listed. Well, let's untransfer list him. Yeah, cool. Let's skip one day forward. And hopefully Moreira da Silva can be retained at the club. Let's just throw money at him. We might as well sell him later on, but for now. He accepted his warning, well, great. So what's with Moreira da Silva? Is he willing to negotiate now? Okay. Squad player is okay. But 140. I cannot pay this to a squad player, really. I'm sorry. This is too much. I cannot do that. This would ruin the club financially. A deal like this. We've got a star player on 45 euros per week now. And we cannot offer some sort of squad player, even if he's been a long term around. 130 euros per week. So in that sense, hopefully he can go. But on the right wing-back position, we've got someone else. We've got Gisla and Ngongo. Even though Ngongo is really weak on the mental and also on the technical side, maybe his physicals make up for it. And so far with the 6.9 rating, yeah, he didn't have a lot of assists or something, but let's go with the young guy then. He also did well in training. Form could be better, yes. But let's look back into it. Yeah, he has good conduct though. No yellow cards. That's good. Form 6.98 is actually, that looks good. And his last game, well, he didn't create any chances, so let's criticize that. Puget, I'm aware that I skipped a few players here. We should probably go for Da Silva again. There he is. So we skipped Ngunde Muteba. 7.8, this is really good as a training rating. I also feel like he can contribute well to the squad. And feel like is probably all there is to it. He's on a 6.71. His current form last 5 games is really bad. Like really, really bad. Yeah. He's gotta improve that. And this is partially what's the problem here. We signed him as a first team player. He doesn't really make it as a first team player so far. He did last season though. So he's perfectly capable to play up to a higher standard. He just doesn't this season. And this showed in some of the matches. Oh, it's snowing outside. Well, it's March, whatever. It can snow in Germany. Yeah. So I feel like he could have contributed more, and it showed in some of the recent games where he was just overrun by his opponent, the winger usually, or the inverted winger. But he's got the pace to beat them, and he doesn't. And I don't know why. He's got a positioning of 9. It's not like or anticipation of 9. He realizes. Also, the concentration is up to a certain standard. It's not like he doesn't know it, or doesn't realize it, or doesn't have the physical attributes to go for it. He just doesn't bring it to the pitch. And it's really annoying to say. This is a morale thing, probably. He needs to be motivated and he needs to do better. So in the last game, we took him off after he didn't create any chances. That's not all there is to it, but that's some there is to it. Oh yeah, he's already in perfect morale, so no use criticizing him anymore. Let's go back there. Ngongo, so we've been here, right? Yeah, good training. And the recent form, I mean, it's some way short of praising. But if he's got a good game next game, we might be able to praise his form at this point. And we cannot criticize it just yet. It's not bad enough. Puget didn't make an impact so far. That's the sad reality of it. With the bad game of Ytterhogdals recently, he might make an impact going forward. But Ytterhogdals is overall the more experienced player, should do better, and Ytterhogdals has to a minor degree been our lifeline so far. So no experiments there. And really, these 4 appearances are all there is to it. I'm hopeful that he will develop into something at some point. But that might include some development of personality and development as a player first. And if he can have that with this club, this is good. If he cannot have it whilst we're around, because we'll get fired prior to him developing into anything, that's a part of the story. The results have to be okay. And he didn't manage to do anything in the games he played. Well, okay, in a friendly. This is a friendly? Probably. Yeah, this might have been a friendly against Carlson's IF back then. So in the real league games, there was nothing he did that showed that he is a viable option. If Ytterhogdal has another bad game, he might make an appearance though. So he needs to do better. And with the development, I feel like he didn't develop, so we might as well tell him. Okay, that's it. What about Zetterberg? I think we already talked to him. Yeah, we did. Skillermo. I don't think Skillermo will make an appearance anytime soon. Maybe in midfield though. We could try to play him as a Metzala in midfield. It's really not what I want to do, but given our recent struggles, this is probably an idea. So let's go with that. Let's train him as a Metzala all of a sudden. That's an absurd change to a degree, but I mean, why not? At this point, he's a viable option to come on, that's for sure. His training has been really bad though. Let's see. Fringe player, yeah. Okay, so I feel like he is a fringe player, yes. I'm willing to give him some time on the pitch from time to time. The last games though, look at that. There was a certain decline in form. But he didn't play through any of these games, so sure. Maybe he's perfectly capable to help. And also he's definitely capable of replacing somebody that's on the pitch. That's certainly an aspect of it. We don't have to put Izak on the bench, really. We can put Skillermo on and let him play the pressing forward in case it's needed. No, again I lost where I was. Tillander injured. No use talking to him. We can praise his conduct, why not, but that's it. He's out on loan. Vorik, the last game was horrible. I'm sorry to put this to you, man, but now we gotta rely on this guy going forward. There's nobody else to play out here. Well, we could go with a Skillermo and a classical winger, but I don't feel like this is okay. Vorik didn't do well. Yeah, the thing with the corner taking is the corner taking on its own will not result in better performances. It will not. He needs to have more acceleration, more pace, better after-ball movement, better anticipation, better decisions and composure especially. And also the technical sample is really bad. That passing here, that's part of the problem. Now, it might not show in the stats. Well, it does to a degree, right? 81% passing is decent, but I feel like he should do better as a midfielder. We try to retain possession a lot, so this is not a good stat in that sense. At least not to me. Also, he doesn't create chances. Yeah. So 12 out of 14 passes. Okay, that's acceptable. This is Warolin, by the way. This is stupid. I wanted to be here. No, that's 15 out of 22. That's not good enough. But especially the lack of chances created is really worrying. He has to do better. And form-wise, we can also tell him he has to do better. So how's conduct? Not a problem so far. And then what options do we have left? Training and development? Definitely not. We will actually criticize his development. Okay. And we've already been with conduct, so no use in criticizing his conduct if we already praised it. But that's it. He will need to play. From now on, he's already here. Westberg. Do we want to give Westberg a chance? Well, he doesn't collect the arguments for it. There's no good performance in training, and Sederberg is an important player to the squad at this point. Performances give or take. I feel like Sederberg can finally be a viable option in goal and try to maybe have an influence on the rest of the squad, morale-wise. He's also vice captain, so I think this is the place for the appropriate warning. And there's not much to tell about the form or anything. His conduct is good, but that's it. He really needs to improve his training. And if he doesn't, I don't know what to do. He will not have a place on the pitch. Viden is out on loan. Wickberg, we just extended his contract, gave him a serious contract here, at least for our level. He improved a bit in jumping reach and strength, so that's good. Form 6.4 last game. Was he responsible for the goal? Probably not. Overall, this doesn't look good though. He can do better, he should do better, and we will criticize his last game for a lack of defensive performance, probably. Yeah, he accepts that. So conduct overall is okay. Form with 6.84. It's really about the last game for him. That said, he came on basically out of the ice bin. His match sharpness had been deep in the red, and he played the entire game. So yeah, we didn't do well there. Orberg is really not a problem anymore, because he will not make it in this league. With that jump reach and strength, it just doesn't happen. He didn't improve a tiny bit overall. This doesn't even matter what role. He improved previously, and then he was out on loan, and because he didn't work out for us, or he didn't have enough playing time. And looking at his loan performances and at his performances with us, there's nothing to tell. We might sell him. Alp. So Alp was introduced as a backup member. At this point, he's just that. Problem is, he's bad at it so far. And in comparison with Muteba, I'm not sure. There's the odd point missing overall. As a backup, this will do, probably. It's not somebody I would want to rely upon for the entire season. And part of the situation is the fact that Muteba doesn't play well, Alp doesn't train well, and doesn't play well either. It's not like there's much pressure in this position. And that's a problem. He should do better. I really don't care about the throws, by the way. Sure. That's something he could improve upon. Also the work rate. Work rate is probably a good idea. It's not so much about the endurance itself, it's about the work rate. The mentals have to improve. He's 27. This is borderline capable. For a 27-year-old, this is not good. He should do better. And the stuff with knocking the ball past the opponent and crossing early, yeah, it shows from time to time, and he even might have had an assist. No, it's not an assist, but he created chances with it. if I'm not mistaken. But it wasn't good enough. Let's criticize his last game for the lack of chances created. And then we're back with Anderson. I think we've been here. Or maybe not. Training not good enough. Last game. We can also criticize last game. The defensive performance wasn't up to the standard we wanted to be. Arthur's on 6.8 rating. He even created a chance. Passing was rather decent. 30 out of 36 is good. The tackling though, well, he won 100% of his tackles. But he's on a 6.62 rating form-wise. That needs to improve. And this is certainly part of the story. In midfield, there's somebody missing. Ostrom. Well, he didn't play. But the 19-year-old needs to improve. Augustson is out on loan, I think. Yes. With FC Gute. At this point, we might as well recall him. But he's not better than what we have. Got a bruised ankle. No, he's not better. And in a role as a Metzala, he wouldn't serve. He's more for maybe box to box at some point. For a playmaker, he lacks the vision. And there's a reasons why this guy's out on loan. So we might probably loan him out for another season. There's potential in him though. Bengtsson. This is one we could recall right now as a replacement for Warwick and especially Tillander. But comparing him to Tillander is entirely unfair. Look at it. He's pacey. Bit better in the air. But Tillander is better otherwise. Especially with attacking and technique. Tillander's the one to score the odd goal, and now he's injured. So we'll probably keep Bengtsson out on loan if we don't absolutely need him. Burke, the 16-year-old, isn't a good keeper yet. He's in the first team to be a replacement and especially to be a viable option going forward. So he has a pulled back muscle anyway, but he's out on loan. He did decent there. The acceleration 16 is really great. He can run for the ball immediately, anytime. And we signed him for cheap. Next season he will be around, but well, alright. At this point, the comparison with Moreira da Silva probably applies. His crossing is a bit lacking. Moreira da Silva has better crossing, but yeah, that's entirely viable at this point. So if Berntsson improves a little bit in some of his weaknesses, he might make it to the squad. His physical and speed are decent. He is not needed right now. didn't play much. Well, he's needed as a mentor really, but he didn't play better than Hellstrom when he did. Korovic, I expected more of him is the wrong way to put it. I was hoping for more of him. And he had a few decent chances. We replaced him with Marcus Asarson in midfield, and I'm not sure if this was a good decision in the end. Because Korovic developed a little bit. Yeah, Asarson did too. But Asarson had no better performances than Korovic, and Korovic at least created something out of set pieces at least. So in that sense, we can be happy that Korovic can have a game going forward. Not sure if it's a good idea though. He might not have anything left in him, development-wise. Or it might take too long. That's really part of it. It might take too long. So, defender to the right, Anderson or Da Silva. Well, given that we were unable to resolve the stuff with Da Silva, by the way, would he be able to? Yeah, now it counts as a breakdown of the talks. Great. So we gotta wait anyway to talk to Da Silva. We might sell him though. So there's that. U19's got a friendly going. If we get fired, there's two ways to go about it. Either we can look for a new job, or we can start a new save. Not sure what's easier. Warwick apologized. Wickberg. Alp is shocked. Well, Mr. Alp, play better. There's no use in being shocked. Warwick, that work rate is really bad. He absolutely needs to improve that. Same for him. Well, a work rate of 10 or something would be fine, but we've got problems here. So for the next game we will try to dominate possession. That's how it will go down. There is no central defender on the bench. I feel like this is an oversight. So we will rely on Skillermo and Hellberg going forward. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but we will try. Ishak. How's his form? Well, 6.88. It's been a while since he scored lately, and his training performances haven't been up to the standard I want. So he can remain here. Do we really need Puget? Not really. Ostrom or Berg? Not a question, I think. Ostrom maybe. Mainly due to the fact that he trains well. But I think it's more viable to go with Hagedal, get him back into the squad, and put Wickberg on the bench. And now we have... What happened there? Anderson, Wickberg... This is probably what I want, right? Yeah. So, what happened is my mouse got interrupted. Yeah. New one's on the way. We will see when it arrives. Hammarby are still behind us, but only by the goal difference at this point. In our defense, most of the games we lost were lost by 1 goal. And there's been too many draws. Too many draws that matches we gave away for one reason or another. We cannot seem not to concede. Cool. Apparently we gotta talk a lot to Skildermo lately, but he accepted his new role as a, what was it, French player. But given that we put him on the bench, maybe he can make up for some of the playing time he expects at this point. There's a draw in the U19, I don't care really, it's just a friendly. Let's look into this. So, they play a cautious mentality, counter-attacking style. And with this kind of formation, we will play over the wings. Yeah. No use in looking at momentum. And I think we know that they will be dangerous on the counter. But we gotta... That's a home game. We gotta get the ball in their half anyway. There have been games lately, actually. There has been one game that we won 5-0 for some reason. I have no idea how that happened though. It's really like the comparison with the ketchup bottle probably applies here. I have no idea how they scored 5 goals in one game. Might have been down to the opposition, but it wasn't really a bad opponent either. It just happened, and I cannot tell you why. So with the next game against Hammarby, I feel like this is one of the really difficult ones. Hammarby have been in the top level of this league for quite some time, and this is the first season that they are really bad. Just like us, by the way. Just like us. So I am absolutely unaware of what's going on with them. Sure, let's go with free kicks this time. And here, development please. Carlson, what's there to say other than he got worse? Yeah, that will not do. Staff meeting, no, give me a summary to inbox. I know why I did certain things. Thing with Korovic is he will probably get out-muscled in the middle of the pitch again. So that's concerning. But we had a similar problem with Oliver Swan, and overall he did fine. He was better mentally though. The technical skills not so much. Korovic is decent on a technical level. He lacks development time really. maybe in 1 or 2 years he will be up to the standard we need. That's always the case with these young players. You bring them in, you hope to develop them, and then there's not enough time to develop them. If you overdo it, that is, and obviously we did this season. Or we didn't want to spend enough money. Maybe I should have gone for the odd €70 per week contract and just rolled with it. Whatever. In case the player is really good and really much better than what you have, maybe that's a good idea. To bring somebody of that quality in. And not go for the cheap stuff. So there's a learning experience to be had here. So I will not go through these. Joachim Eriksson has failed to cut out his long shots. Well, great. Then don't, really. Whatever. He will not make it into the team as long as I'm around. Or he might make it into the team, but I might not be around as long. Hopefully, though, we can just win the next game and then... well, the next 2 games, really. We have to win the next 2 games. This is against the direct opposition. If we win the next 2 games, we're not fine, but we put them off by a few points. And that will give us some sense of security, at least. Because we can be rather sure that they will go down. Not entirely sure, but yeah, we need to win these 2 games. So let's go with possession football, overlapping, and roll with it. I feel like Muteba and also Ngunde. Oh no, it's Ngunde Muteba. What's the name of the other? Anyway, the wingbacks. The young ones did better when they had an opportunity to create chances, I think. So now we only need to get Kulafic with the head to the ball and score the odd goal. This is not Ian Holmström, so he might need an increase in supply there. There's a few signings here and there. Coleman can immediately go for goalkeeper training. And then, given these attributes, I'm not sure what to start with. With throwing, we can totally forget at this point. What about one-on-ones? Where is this? That's together with command of area, which he's good at, and rushing out, which I don't want him to too much. Kicking and throwing is stupid. First touch passing, vision. Well, yeah, he could use that, but... handling, composure, technique. His handling is wonderful. Composure is absurdly bad. Technique is absurdly bad too. Positioning, communication, decisions. This looks better, even though his decisions are good enough. Same here. I feel we'll go with the physical side. Let's go with agility and balance. Let's give him 10 points agility first. And if he can make it in the other areas, okay. If he doesn't, whatever. We signed him as a cheap, well, from a personality perspective. Now he's on an amateur contract, great. Yes, it's Olle Svensson, yeah, whatever. Okay. He did well, yeah, sure. He could go out on loan, yes. Kulovic is a French player? Might be at this point. So we had this recently. I feel like Kulovic could make it here. Yeah, I don't know. Transfer window's open. So can we find a player that is really good that needs to join our squad? Well, I don't know. Let's look into the trials. Because maybe there's a hidden gem in there. Well, the scout certainly doesn't find any. That's in the U19, and here's the trial lists. He's not the one, that's for sure. Can we just sort by ability at this point? Wow. If this is all there is to it, we might not find anyone. Fairly loyal striker, pressing forward, 30-year-old, no. For a ball-winning midfielder, this is not good enough. Not in. This looks better. He's a fullback though. The positioning is nice, and that's about all there is to it. That's not that bad. But it certainly reminds me of Korovic. There's some areas that are definitely lacking. We already got one of these. What's with him? With the big potential. He's a good header and for a striker rather small. No, this will not work. Somalian and Swedish apparently. So for him, yeah, that's lacking overall though. He tries tricks too. So not sure if this is a good idea. I don't think this is bad for somebody who might play as a Metzala, but with that finishing and long shots, well, I don't know. I wouldn't want to sign him, let's put it that way. He might need to go out on loan. There's a few unfit players in the squad now. This will be a hard one. Maybe we shouldn't have stuck to some of the players here and rotate a little bit more. On the other hand, you don't wanna break it all apart just because you didn't win. And switching it all around all the time will not work. So now we will get 20 messages about trial lists that, well, no, it will be after the match. But we will have a look through them anyway. There might be one with a good personality in there that we want to sign just for tutoring purposes or a future staff role. So that's a possibility. But yeah, we gotta hold the league. So. And the defensive formation didn't work out well so far. Neither against stronger opponents nor, well, against anyone. Not at home, not away. Sure. Nobody wants Johan Andersson. That's sad. I feel like he could develop into something worthwhile. Finally. That should improve his finishing by a little, and now he just he's got the traits for an inverted winger at this point, but can also play in midfield. Training has been good. Well done, sir. So you might be a viable option after all. He's a bench player at this point. There's people that are unhappy with training, I don't care. I will not send Paul Coleman anywhere. No. And Adam Helmström has his wonderful new deal. So hopefully he can kick it on now. The redistribution of the attributes and the overall development came at the right time. I hope that he can make another jump due to match experience going forward. And if he can make that other slight jump, I feel like he will be perfectly capable to defend this league most of the times. So Hammarby are really bad too, form-wise. Corner take is on the pitch. Warwick is on the pitch. There's the other corner taker. This is okay. We've got replacements for every position, even though in offense they don't look as appealing. But maybe that forces us to change things a little bit from time to time. So why not? Let's go with it. They want Aalborg. There's two other clubs that are interested, so I'm gonna reject that. I want the full money. We are unbeaten against Hammarby. He's new? Cool. I have no idea. Very important. So we gotta win this, and we gotta overtake Smedby and Ytterhogdals. Really, just this league has been horrible to us. His impressive training performances. Yeah, sure, he improved a little bit. And with the current performances, I'm far from ridiculing right now. They might be very dangerous. Maybe we finally get a decent loan offer for Aalborg. What's this? Give me 100 at least. I don't care about a French player, this is good. Okay. So now he can go. Yeah, I would have wanted a fee, but come on, Malte. You cannot do this. This is wonderful though. Same with Helberg and Muteba. So maybe if they can carry it onto the pitch. Sure, let's try that. If they can get it on the pitch, we're fine. If they can't, well, then we will probably get fired going forward. This might be funny to the world out there, but yeah, you start to second guess yourself at this point. I shouldn't have been so overconfident with earning more money for the club, and well, some of the players that were expected to go, as for example Puget, didn't want to leave. As he didn't want to leave, we missed out on 16k that we could have reinvested in something else. Now he doesn't perform this season. And even if we played him for the entire season, it's not sure that he would have performed better than Ytterhogdals so far. Is there something I could have done differently? Well, probably not have gotten rid of Hugo Bergman. He was a squad player, he played well. That stuff in Moreira da Silva, should have had given him another contract. I'm willing to do it, but now the talks are... Well, he's not open to talks just yet. Bringing Anderson in and making him captain probably wasn't a good idea. Sure, he's got a good personality, but he's more of a backup. And making him captain is maybe not the best approach. Even though his performances haven't been that bad, that it's really the only position to blame. I'm not even annoyed by Korovic in the midfield. We didn't have that many options for that role. There was nobody available, basically. So, if we get one single point and Ytterhogdals and Smedby lose, we immediately jump up to 12. If we get 3 points, we might even overtake Örebro. No, that's highly unlikely, but all 3 of these. This looks like attack duty to me. And he's an advanced playmaker, apparently. Let's man mark him. So that's on the left side. Alright, let's do this. So what we'll do is we'll switch these two. No, let's get back to it again. Yeah. That's, by the way, that's a good player. Bad passer though. Bad passer though. I don't know. Still, marking the playmaker out of the game is probably not a bad idea. Even if it's Korovic that tries to mark him, so it will not go down well. And he can man mark the other guy. Berggren. Then there's the left defender here to be marked, and here the right defender. I want them to travel back and do that. And Kulafet should be able to win the odd header here. How are their central defenders? Yeah, he should be able to do that. They are rather weak. For central defenders, that is. They're rather weak. So Kulafit might be able to outmuscle them, at least from time to time. All of this is for next match only, obviously. And in possession, I want him to overlap. And to want to work the ball into the box for the entirety of the game. At least if I can help it. Defensive line is good, all of this is decent. Opposition instructions. I'm not sure if we need to do any. He's a right-footed player, so let's show him onto the left. That we can do. Left-footed, show him onto the right. Wants Berggren. It's really with the passing here. This passing doesn't look good. The rest is decent. Not a problem. Also the wingers have decent passing. But the passing of the central midfield doesn't look good. Didn't matter much to them. I'm gonna try to increase the pressure now. It feels like they didn't want it enough. Oh. That resulted in some motivation at least. Let's see how it goes. Lindbergh, Esterling, Dada, Yeboah with a long ball, and Hagedal for settable. Well defended. Hellström. Well, nothing created there. And that's the first problem. I don't see any chances created here. So what are they doing? Let's have a look. I don't want to extend time too much here, but they defended that one well. So it looks like we're in control of the game so far in this situation. Hellström, Muteba again. Where he tried to go with a trick or something here. So far it looks like we're in control of the game. So let's encourage them. Ekman. And that's offside. Or not, because he doesn't reach it. Apparently the referee didn't count that. Ekman, Muteba, Skog. Intercepted by Liljedahl. We have to pass for Ekman. Ooh. Korovic, Forsell, Ekman. Will anybody go for the shot at this point? No. Hagedal. That's not a bad ball for Liljedahl, and that ends up with the keeper. So here's a chance with Warwick. Let's just have a look at the lineup. Hagedal is good, Kulovic is good, Hellström is good, Liljedahl in the back is okay. Ekman out here, Korovic out here, and Forsell out here. This is all fine, and the rest is in defense. Liljedahl. That's the first chance of the game. Was a that's not the best header though. Korovic, Hagedal, Hellström, Ekman, Forsell. Ooh, the keeper comes out a lot here. Ekman intercepts that one. Warwick. Well, it's too late for an early shot. Warwick with the cross. Kulovic doesn't manage to get to the ball. Liljedahl, well, that's not to be counted as a shot, is it? It was well blocked here. No, it doesn't even count. Ekman, Korovic. Oh no. Korovic is such a good long shot. But in this situation, he just wasted it. Korovic. Liljedahl with the header. Hellström. Pedersen. 13 minutes into the game, it looks like we're in control. Korovic. Oh, close. Side netting. Pedersen. Hagedal. Korovic. Oh, Korovic. What a pass. Sand. Hagedal. Lindbergh. Korovic. Well tackled. Warwick. He's got the nerves for the pass. Back to Sederberg. Ngongo loses the ball again. It was a really bad decision. Lindbergh, Hagedal, Yeboah. That's the first shot of the game for them. We gotta concentrate more here. This cannot happen. Warwick with a free kick. Not Liljedahl, and he actually managed to save that one. Ytterhogdals went for the shot, and he actually managed to save that one. From that short of a distance. Korovic with the corner. That ends up with Pedersen. Let's encourage them once more. Yeah, that worked. Ngongo with a short throw for Forsell. Ngongo again. What will he do with it? Go for the cross? Liljedahl. Overall, we're well in control of the game though, so far. Ytterhogdals, Korovic wins the header in midfield. Ytterhogdals, Ekman, Hellström, Muteba, Forsell, Muteba again, Liljedahl. I'm definitely not Edward Snowden, sorry. But I guess thank you and welcome to the stream. We're, yeah, at least we've got one thing in common though. We're probably in dire circumstances, both of us. I don't know what's going on with Edward Snowden these days. But it's not the first time that I hear this. The other comparison that usually comes around is with Harry Potter, so thanks for that. No! Oh. We were lucky here. Zetterberg did well to deflect that one. Berggren. Oh, Zetterberg! Just what was missing, an error in defense by the keeper. Why? We looked well all game and then this has to happen. This is Ytterhogdals IK. This is the third league in Sweden, which is called the First League North for us. So it's just like in England. The league numbers are all over the place. And we are fighting against relegation at this point. We managed to finish the last 2 seasons in third spot, and I thought, well, the unhappy players that don't want to stick it with the club might as well go. Just that these were the best players we had. It's not like it was an option to keep them though. They were all unhappy about the training facilities, and well, this is a really small club, so not a chance. Ytterhogdals. So, long story short, I sold too much quality, and yeah, well, you can certainly give me some hints. Not a problem, but this is down to quality, I think. We're trying our best. I hate it. So, yeah, the problem here is this club is in a village of 250 people. It's not like there's any money in here. Nobody wants to play here, and if they come here, they want money that we don't have. So, that's the overall situation. Also, I don't know what you are used to, but to put this into perspective, arranging friendly loses us money. That's how hard it is. Well, it's not about. I ended up with the save on accident. I always say that. I really didn't. I didn't know prior to that. To us doing it, but that's the save. Yes, and so would I have known? I probably would have picked that save anyway because I like to do that stuff. So it's a coincidence. And you come around at the right time. We're just about to get fired. Maybe. Not yet, but yeah, the chairman already talked to us about the lack of results. Why should I manage Hammarby? I started unemployed, and why would I do that? So it's not like any of the clubs means anything to me, right? No, I'm not Swedish, I'm German. So I learned a lot about Sweden, by the way. I now know that in Swedish there's a word medkoma, which that's being tired about. Come on! Whoa, that was a close one by Warwick. Yeah, you learn the odd thing. That's definitely a big no. So for two reasons. First of all, I was born in Stuttgart. That's in Baden-Württemberg, so not Bavaria, and definitely not Bayern Munich. And secondly, it's really boring to manage a big club. Why would I do that? That's easy mode. Nobody wants to play that. At least not me. That just doesn't sound like fun to me. It's like picking Manchester City and winning the Champions League. Anyone can do that. At least it feels like it. So sorry about that, but to me this is not appealing. Really, I stand by the reasoning. If you have fun with it, fine. But it doesn't feel like much to me. I don't want to do that. Also, yeah, maybe. But you certainly don't have to look for financial stuff and so on. And this is part of what's fun in the game to me. I like to pick to play in the lower reaches of the game. Ytterhogdals. Chances wise, we shouldn't be behind. It's not even a bad performance so far. It's really just the error by the keeper. But yeah, maybe I'm a bit. I was a bit condescending here. Sure, it's not an automatic win, of course. That header was bad, by the way. Could have resulted in something better. But if you've got a player material to make it work, or you can buy the material to make it work, it's a different challenge than talking to a player at performance data. What performance data are you referring to? So the shots have been within the penalty area. Why should I underlap on the right side? So if I go for the underlap on the right side, first of all they play for the left center back is tired. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. No, that's ours. Sorry, this is our left center back. This is theirs. So on their side, Nyberg is the one that's most tired, and we go for the overlap there. Good call though. Anyway, that stuff happens. So we go for the overlap here because due to the formation, these two are risky, right? Well, in this sort of formation. Yeah, but we already do. We overlap on both sides. We play with inverted wingers here. As you can see, they have Ytterhogdals has a good performance. Warwick not so much. The problem is our first team player here is August Thelander, and August Thelander has been injured last game. Both of them are decent goal scorers, but they were unable to put it to the pitch this season. So we try to overlap him and have him in a support role. Maybe it's better the other way around though. Given that this didn't create many chances so far, I'm willing to experiment here. So let's go with the underlap on the right side. Warwick is more of a goal scorer than Ngongo is, that's for sure. He's got a decent finish, that's a former striker. So this might be an option here, to go with the underlap. The mood of the players. How do you mean? They are all encouraged, I think. Fired up at this point. Right winger is more motivated than the left-sided defenders. The right winger... Yeah, he's fired up by being encouraged. But the left defender is also fired up. Or are you talking about theirs? And, well, their defense overall doesn't look good, right? Well, he's happy, yes. So we should be cautious about Sand in that sense. That's true. But at this point we need to score anyway. So first of all though, we gave away a corner. And looking for the overlap and the underlap is also a bit of a problem because it forces the players to look for the standard rule. Yes, I know. But there's no viable replacement on the bench. And getting tired at this level of league level, getting tired looks differently. He is fine for this level. We will end with the squad being run down. That was a good chance for them. We were lucky here. But that chance was created over the right wing, and this is down to the technical and tactical deficiency of Ngongo. He's a really good player on the physical side, but he needs more match practice. Could burn their right back. Okay, so we have on the left side Christopher Alp, who can come on. The right back. Well, we have Hellberg and Skillermo here. Skillermo is completely out of sharpness, but we're 60 minutes into the game, so let's just go with your idea. Yeah. Even though Ytterhogdals has a good game so far, and I don't wanna put one of the others off. So let's look into this. Is there anyone else that's really tired? Well, it's the same on the other wing. So we could try to do that, sure. The wingers already dribble more, and the striker is definitely not one to dribble. That will not work. He's got dribbling 6. That's just not viable for him. He needs to score a header. That's how it works for us. That's also why we cross for the target man all the time, because the rest of the crosses will not work. They go astray all the time. We need to hit his head, basically. That's the best chance we have. You're also in for the first season where our former primary striker was sold. Because they don't create space in that sense. The wingers on support would try to run outside, and then we cannot use the overlaps or the width of our wingbacks to create some additional space going forward. The wingers on support, how do I put this? First of all, their crossing is not that great. It's crossing 6 here, and for him crossing 8. That's not good. So cutting inside is more favorable to what they are able to play. They can dribble, so this is why we use them that way. And well, Skillermo isn't, but Warwick also is one to go for the shot from time to time. He should, at this point, in general, yeah, we could. So we could generally shoot on sight. Also, this is missing from his tactical instructions, so you are right here. He needs to shoot more often. That's true. He, on the other hand, I'm not sure. Oh. Gotta undo that, that was a misclick. Korovic is also a good long shot, so he's instructed to shoot more often. And at this point of the game, I'm also inclined to go with shoot more often on Forsell. He's only decent as a shooter, but I'd rather create some chances. That said, we need to create the chances first. If I go with shoot on sight, they will take a lot of shots and they will go nowhere. Not really. Finishing 7, so no. We have another target forward that's even worse with finishing. So yeah, the classical combination with the big man forward that will finish. This doesn't work here. This is more of a false forward, and midfield is expected to score, which in my defense they can. Really, they can. Heading. No, not heading. Jumping. Jumping, strength, heading. And his mentals for this level are decent. But he's not a primary option in this squad, and well, basically we were unable to sign a really good primary option. We were unable to find anybody who was willing to play for the club or who we were able to pay. So that's part of the story. And you will run into this all throughout the entire squad, from time to time. So the best player we just took off. That's Ytterhogdals. I do. That's already, they are already instructed to go for the best header. Playing for set pieces is already on. This is you're reinventing our concept. Here, but I'm thankful for it, by the way. So this is interesting to me because you might find the odd thing that I didn't. No, seriously, I enjoy that stuff. Seriously. So we can do this for 2 hours. I don't care. Probably not in the middle of a game, but yeah. So I take it you are from Sweden. All right. Let's give Skillimer a chance. He should be well motivated at least. Also, by the way, Hammarby I really enjoy beating. So yeah, it's really annoying. We did really well the last 2 seasons. This is the B team. This is not the top team. This is the B team of Hammarby. So their lineup is all over the place throughout the season. They are not qualified to go up in the 3rd league in Sweden, and so this B team sometimes contains players from the 1st team. Then you're, to be perfectly honest, you're done with. And then there's the other way. Sometimes there's like a lineup of youth players, and you really need to win it. And this is how the performances go too. Ngongo. So as you can see, there's a lot of width here. They are wide open. If somebody would go in and penetrate at this point. And he's the one to penetrate. He's the one to drop off. And he's the one to penetrate. And he's the one to drop off, as you can see. So this is, I'd say this is well distributed. Now, obviously we could go with 4 for the in the attack here. And we might do going forward. I'm not sure. Wait. Okay, I'll wait. If all 4 make a run for it, we might score more on the counter, right? Yeah, sure. You can. Of course. I enjoy this. This is much better than just cheering for the club, by the way. That's what I enjoy about Football Manager. And sorry for the water sound. My new picture is kind of weird. Not kind of, it's really weird. Anyway, class is full. Yeah, take your time. It's not like there's anyone else watching, and in case you weren't aware, all of this goes to YouTube. So this doesn't matter. But nobody watches it there anyway. So no pressure. I'm also willing to show you some players, so you can get an impression of the squad. I play with wingbacks because they stretch the pitch. And I gotta say, at this point, the wingbacks on support as well as on attack, and even on defend duty. So defend duty is not a thing here. On defend duty, there's too much space between the winger or the inverted winger and the fullback / wingback. So this doesn't work. Defend duty here is it opens up wide. These players get beaten by the opponent, man to man. So they gotta contribute as a team and retain possession. And I'm not a big fan of possession-based football, but that's just how it is. They are unable to defend it most of the time on their own. Yes, I have a second formation. There's one. This formation is basically park the bus, and it didn't work out well. We are able to restrict the space there a bit, but we come under extended amounts of pressure. So that's not a good idea. Also, we have to score. Now, going back to this, I can safely attest to the fact that overlapping wingbacks in this kind of formation work perfectly fine. We finished in the third spot 2 seasons in a row with this tactic. More or less with this tactic. We varied it a little bit. Yeah, but the player material is not up for that. I'll show you. It's in the middle of the game, but it doesn't matter. So Nila Forsell is kind of flexible, but Nila Forsell is strictly a box-to-box midfielder. And he's been around the squad for a long time. So as you can see now, a good attribute for this league is about 11, right? 10 is decent, 11 is good, and if it's above, that's great. For us, the other teams are better, but we are not able to sign these players. And if we would sign them, the club would be ruined and, well, not good, no. But he scored the odd long shot from time to time, yes. And his finishing is also acceptable. Throughout history, he's been with the club for a long time and he played most of the games. He's been there for the odd goal, and overall, performance-wise, there's not much to complain about this guy. He's one of those players you want to keep at the club. You want him to stick around. Because you will not make any money off him, but he's a reliable option. And that's why he's in the team. And we can see that. Can make this guy score the tie. Well, he's already on shoot more often, so I just want to put this out there. This guy's the one with the long shot, though. He's worse at finishing, but he's got the long shot, the technique, the dribbling. This is the technically gifted guy. This is the Metzaler. But he's lacking otherwise. So, in that sense, both of them could score that one. But sure, we can go with Forsell on attack. Why not? Yes, it is. It is. So, well, let's give him Metzaler attack duty, maybe. And him in a support then? He's a good passer, so that might work out just fine. He's not a box-to-box midfielder though. But the problem here now, well, we gotta switch these two, really, if you want to go there. Because it would be unbalanced. There is nobody on the pitch that's capable to play that. Ekman is not a defender. This is a passing machine. Hi, Kumquat. There's welcome back. So Ekman is a passer. He's not one to do that. And the ball-winning midfielder you're looking for is not in the squad right now. It exists, and we already tried that. The problem is that the creative element gets drowned in midfield if we play with a ball-winning midfielder. We need that deep creative player to create any chances at all. So what did I do here? Yeah, you think. So there's I'll put this back to box, by the way. But I'll tell you about it just for a second. The problem is we concede a lot of goals over the wings already at this point. So in that sense, we need to shut up shop on the wings. But we were trying to find better options for the wings, for the wingbacks. This either it's absolutely unpayable, or well, we have the problem that they have some deficits. I'll show you Ngongo as an example. That crossing is decent. The physicals are wonderful for this level. There's not a problem with that. But look at the rest. This is horrible. And this is the best we could sign. We were really lucky to have somebody like this. So he can contribute by going forward and crossing the ball in. That's all he can do. But in defense there will be a problem. I don't know if that's a wonder kid. For this league level maybe. But yeah, he can contribute here. The thing is, the player that created the spaces in front here is missing. Now we're stuck with Warwick because Tillander is injured. And a similar argument can be made for Muteba. Muteba is not a good crosser. This is why he's only on support duty. But he can create some space. And last season he had 4 assists anyway, with an average rating of 6.92. Remember, we finished 3rd. So that was good. He also improved overall. He's got the pace, physicals are decent, not a big problem. And also look at these mantles. It's not like he's really bad at anything. Off the ball movement is a bit, right? But I want to play him on support duty, otherwise there's the big gap in defense. I don't want to go there. But still, we conceded a lot of goals over his wing throughout the season. And the replacement player is even worse. That's Alp. He's not good. That's just a backup option. Yeah, I did that last game. There's with the maximum tempo, there's the problem that decision making is bad. So it might actually be worthwhile to do it the other way around. If you look at these decision 6, that's not a good idea. Forsell is decent in that respect mentally, but the good option in midfield is this guy for decision making. And if you look at these physicals, he doesn't stand a chance in central midfield or in attacking midfield. He's a former attacking midfielder, probably an advanced playmaker, but the agility is really bad. Yeah. Yes. And we play with a slightly higher tempo, and this is down to the mentality of the club. The club wants us to play like this, with high tempo, high pressing. Nah, it's okay. This is what we this is also what we're trying to do here. We're trying to control possession and work the ball into the box and create chances. It's only that this is comparable to Guardiola's progression to a degree. Back when he was with Bayern Munich, he tried to control possession a lot, And at one point he realized that a target man is probably needed from time to time. So he went with a target man, or with somebody with more headers and less control of the ball, because crossing and target forward worked fine to break the opposition. And that's one of the things that Guardiola switched in his time with Bayern Munich at some point. Also with the inverted wingbacks and so on. Yeah, I could, but yeah, I'm. So we're at odds here, but this doesn't mean that I'm. This doesn't mean that I'm not willing to go with some lessons from there, right? You sometimes the best lessons you can learn from people you are not a big fan of. That's offside. So now that we play down the left, which might be a good idea or not, who knows. It's a nice nick, by the way. Explosive birthday cake. I like that one. Well, anyway, I'm sure you're typing a novel at this point. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, yeah. I realize. Okay, so the box-to-box will probably not do that by itself, by himself, but what we can do is we can focus this over here. So I will not use Forcell for that though. The right side is, anyway, the right side is a bit vulnerable due to the attacking wingback, but what we can do is we can just switch the roles. Go with Metzala here. That's better for him anyway. Now gotta check the mark specific player instruction here. That's correct though. This is okay. He should mark the other one. Because they are man marked because they are physically weak. Forcell, we said, should shoot more often too. And you said he has good anticipation? Yeah, his anticipation is good. So in that sense, Forcell would be worthwhile to go forward too. Even though he plays as a box-to-box in this situation. So now maybe he can also drift into the space a bit more and try to go for the attack. So that should do it. Fewer risks. They play a lot of long balls otherwise, right? Yeah. How's his passing? Yeah, his passing is bad. You're right. That's a way to do it, yes. Also crosses for the target forward are still a thing. That's a lot of specific instructions though. I'm not sure if they are able to or capable to play that. This guy's passing is better. I will not do that. Otherwise we do not get penetrating passes. Same with him. It's a trade-off, right? So I do not necessarily disagree with you, but if they do not play those penetrating passes at all, there will not be penetration. Well, it's just it's in the word, and that results in not creating any chances. Controlling possession for 85 minutes will not win the game. Yeah, exactly. It's a gamble. Exactly. This is how I feel about most of these matches. So at this point, Muteba's on a yellow. Even though I'm not a big fan of Alp, we will bring him on. Alp is a decent passer, a decent crosser. Maybe he can do something. Given that this is our second stoppage and we're already 71 minutes into the game, we should probably also substitute one of the others. Who's done really bad? Well, Warwick. And Korovic, again. So, Hellberg is definitely not one to replace Korovic, but what can you do? Yes, I did. I did. It didn't create any chances. That happens. I'm not sure if focusing play is a good good way to do it. What we can try though, so I'm not 100% aware how this works in Football Manager. Maybe focusing through the middle is actually a good idea, because the middle contains our playmaker. On the other hand, he already has that going for him by itself as a playmaker, so I'm not sure if this focus is worthwhile. A lot of tactical instructions sometimes means that they are just it's overloaded with tactical instructions. Yeah, but if I put him, so this gets it into. So now, if I don't want them both to be at the byline all the time, I need him to go to support duty then, and then all of a sudden this formation is rather balanced. This can be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure. Also, this adheres. This doesn't adhere to tactical familiarity, right? Where all the changes now make it. It's as you said, it's a gamble. Yeah. You can vary this kind of stuff, sure. The fact that Warwick and Telander, who usually plays here, are not on attack duty is down to Telander having really bad anticipation. He's a wonderful finisher and a wonderful player overall for this level. I'll show you later. But usually my approach is to this kind of formation. Or well, we tried to defend, given that we conceded a lot of goals on the counter throughout this season and the last seasons. So we tried to learn about defending, but really there's no development to be had here, and yeah. Well, there's some to be had. Let's see. But I took off the instruction to go for the left wing. I don't think this is viable. And they control too much of possession now. This is also a problem. Yeah, I'll need that. No, I'll switch it at this point. Because 15 minutes into the game we cannot go for high quality chances anymore. And if this doesn't look like it works. Also, there's no sound. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Lindbergh with the cross, that's bad defending by Hellström. So it's not even us that create here. 10 minutes to go, we can make 3 additional substitutions, hope that Forsell is through. There's not a thing he can do going forward. Ngongo, not so much, he's fired up. I don't think Anderson will contribute anything. The central defenders are wasted at this point, so Wickberg can make an appearance here. And then for Ekman, really 6.7 is not good enough, so Melander can make an appearance here. And try to do something in the last 10 minutes of the game. Get out there. Try it. The floating crosses are well intercepted by the keepers. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Also, with the crosses, there's an Warwick. It's a penalty. We get it gifted, maybe. Penalties are not our strong suit either. And we just took the best penalty taker off the pitch. So, no, we put one on though. Melander. It's in my half. Whew. So, that's an easy one now. But we need to win this actually. We cannot. So now we got that going. Come on, guys, do better. Seriously though, penalties overall are not what we are looking for. It's a wonder team. Yeah, it's definitely wonderful that we managed to stay within the league the last 2 seasons, but we finished 3rd 2 times. That was really unexpected. Warwick now, he's on attack duty this time. Hellberg, fresh on the pitch. Well, at least he went for the shot. So, I dare to say, fuck possession. It's 3 minutes to go. Looking at this, see he doesn't... The penalty or the shot? Well, yeah. The shot was interesting, but Hellberg is not a player up to the standard of this league. He was a signing for the personality for mentoring reasons. Yeah. It happens from time to time that even bad shooters manage to finish one. So Yeboah with the corner there. 2 minutes to go. And that's the game. That's it. We managed to salvage a draw. Or will this cross? No. This results in nothing. So that's part of the problem with Alp. He likes to take crosses from deep. That's it. So overall, was the point deserved? Probably, but well, we got it handed. We got it gifted. That was handed to us. I should praise them for getting it back anyway, to increase morale. Yeah. So, we got a point. At least one. That means we will retain our current place, I feel, if Motala didn't win though. Which they didn't. So, we're still in a relegation spot here. And, well, not a change with Hammarby. We're looking for a win for 6 games now. By the way, the match prior to that, we won 5-0 against Ytterhogdals. It's really all over the place. Yeah, but we were already in that situation prior to today's stream. We managed to get a 2-2 and a 1-1, which really both of these games were... We could have won any of them. It was marked by errors in defense. And the game against Umeå, was this the one we lost due to... No, the mistake wasn't this game, right? Goalkeeper's mistake. This one, I'm not even sure anymore. Let's have a look. It's been 5 minutes ago that we got that. I just want to watch the goal, yes. How did we concede that one? Yeah. Also, morale has been dropping. So, yeah, we're now in the downward spiral. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, this was one of these. Not defended at all, and just headed in by Kampf. That's... I don't even know what to do there. They have instruction to close down in this situation. It's just too fast for them. And we cannot really develop the players overall, because this is all with match preparation going on. If we skip the match preparation, we really concede goals all the time. So yeah, we need that. And really, development is also difficult because, well, the coaches are crap. And we signed those coaches that are crap because we cannot afford anyone else. So, yeah. Yeah, you can. It's mostly what you saw, though. Let me go through the press conference first. Sure. Who is that? Why would we need a keeper? No, definitely not. What? This is normal. This is how it works. We've got one journalist, and he's not a footballing journalist, by the way. This must be wrong. This is Ytterhogdal. This village has 250 people, and half of them are farmers, apparently. So, I don't want to be condescending, but this journalist does it all. And he doesn't live in Ytterhogdal, it's too boring. He usually comes around once a week to go for everyone. He asks the farmers about news and tries to get to the standard, tries to see if somebody got murdered or something, and then he goes for the press conference here, and then he goes off. No, really, that's how I imagine it. It's probably on a video call. He will not be around. This line of questioning with the new positions is really annoying. They switch the winger positions all the time. So I gotta answer that anyway. So default tactical setup. This is what you're looking at. But it depends on if we play an away game or a home game, or on the strength of the opponent. So the two tactical setups you were looking at, well, that's these. Now I want to go into Club Vision for a second, though, before you are too excited about this and the possibility to vary it all a lot. There's a lot of expectations on supporters' side, and supporters have a hold a big hold of the chairman of the club. So yeah, even though we already got an official warning. Mix left side, right side setup. Yeah, that distributes the players that run, that penetrate the defense. So for a default setup, this means that there is a chance overall on the pitch to penetrate at some point. And let me put it that way, it worked just fine for 2 seasons. So it's not strictly a case of the opponent adapted to it, I think. It's more a case of, well, I'll just show you. So have a look at this guy first. This is our replacement for somebody else. And I'll show you the other guy, our former captain. This is how he was written, right? There he is. Yeah, the right side is the weakest because Tailander's injured. This is Oliver's one. He was on Metsala first. So this is the player we had in that position previously. He was obviously the better goal scorer. He didn't have the long shot, but to be fair, he didn't make it. He never scored the amount of goals I expect of a midfielder with that finishing, and with that anticipation and so on, due to the off-the-ball movement maybe. And also, he's a bit on the weaker side. And to be perfectly honest, also morale might have played a role. He was complaining about a lack of improvement in training facility throughout half of his career with us. So he was always in average morale. Yes, he is. And he was a pain in the ass. Seriously. There's a stream of a few... well... That's probably 20 episodes ago, where I was really annoyed with him. So I'll also show you the others that we sold, so you can have an impression of what's going on here. in case you're interested. So we need to have a look at Iron Al Holmstrom. Where is he? And I want you to keep the fees in mind though. So we sold Olduvus 1 for 6.5. That was because he was unhappy and complaining all the time. I wouldn't have sold him below 10k otherwise, but this was as good as it got. Hugo Bergman rallied up the squad against me. All of a sudden 14 players were standing in my office because we were forced to sell Iron Al Holmstrom, who was also complaining about the lack of improvement in training facilities. This is the target forward we had previously. And this is why we scored 20 goals a season with the target forward. This guy's missing. But 850 per week? This is the wage budget for the entire squad this season. They start complaining because we have to make promises to them to even get them into the club. So that's down to me. So if I promise them that I will improve training facilities because they are poor, well, we're basically... well, I could show you a picture, but you can't just Google for Ytterhogdals IK and look at the pitch, and that probably gives you a picture. He's wonderful. I stand by that, and you can see the statistics. He is wonderful because he's a wonderful header. He scored 20 goals. He scored 20 goals a season for us. Well, we supplied him. He might have had 100 chances, but who cares if he scores every fifth? Doesn't matter. Just put the ball towards his head. He's got jumping reach 19. He will outjump anyone in this league. And his heading isn't even good. That's well, it's 10 now, but I think it was 9. He's not even that good. But it didn't matter. We taught him to play with the back to the goal, play it as a supporting target forward, and just threw everything at him. And it worked. His finishing doesn't matter. He scored the odd goal with a shot, yeah, with the 9 points of finishing, but 15 out of those 20 per season are headers. And the same can be said for the headers after corners. Yeah, it is. He out-muscled the opponent. But the thing is, he didn't want to remain at the club, and I couldn't afford to, really. He would have been annoyed by the lack of improvements in training facilities all the time. So if you've ever had a player for an entire season that is on average morale at best, because you've broken a promise, you realize that they don't perform anymore. We tried to do that with Olduvus 1. It didn't get resolved. It just didn't. So you cannot have your 3 key players to be I don't know, depressed all the time because you break the promises. And I cannot improve the training facilities because there's no money. So yeah, might as well earn some money to improve training facilities going forward. So we like another 120k for that. Don't know where to take that from. And then, last but not least, there's Simon Turngren. Yes. I do the overall morale management so much that the players get annoyed by it. It's not like I'm not used to this. I don't want to be. I don't think I know everything, especially on the football tactics side. Seriously. But I've been playing this game for 10 years. I know it... overall, I know it, I would say, arguably, reasonably well. Yes, it does. Football Manager is more or less morale manager. It's... sometimes it's less about the tactics and more about morale. But Simon Turngren was our ball-winning midfielder / box-to-box midfielder in the last season. He got rid of Nila for sale most of the time, and this guy is a beast. He came in from AIK. We signed him on a free transfer for I think €6 a week or something, like really a steal, even for us. And he played for us for 1.5 seasons, and then there's it. Yes, exactly. And the players on the pitch are not capable to execute even that. So what you're going for, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we gotta do it easier. But a much easier, and really we can play a 4-4-2 without instructions. That's doesn't matter anymore. Also these general assumptions that this can work or this can work or this cannot work, I don't know. Turngren, by the way, he liked to take long shots despite not being any good at it. His long shots 8 is not great. His technique is horrible. He's really a tackler. Yes, 4-2-3-1 is horrible. It puts us on the back foot all the time. Actually 4-2-3-1 is my preferred formation to play. I hate to play against it. I really despise it because it's always dangerous. And I love shadow strikers, and I love deep lying forwards, and I love to a degree I can abide by a target man. So this is my deep lying forward in bad technical circumstances, right? But I really love shadow strikers. But the thing is, they just hammer us. In a 4-2-3-1, they control possession, and we lose it too much. There's too much of a gap in midfield. We need a midfield 3 here. In that well, it's not a diamond, in that triangle setup to help out defensively. Otherwise, we just suffer a lot of long balls. So their duties are first and foremost in defense, to a degree. And this doesn't change if we go with a ball-winning midfielder. By the way, we got a decent ball-winning midfielder. Emphasis on decent. It's not like he's great. But, well, he's cheap, he's got the physicals overall, could be better, yeah, sure. But it's not like he lacks anything. But, I mean, he does well as a ball-winning midfielder. Yeah, you only need pace. So I'll show you somebody we sold, so you get an impression of what pace looks like. There's Odelind. We got him on a free transfer. This is pace. This also is dribbling in first touch. This is great. The problem is he's got nothing else. And then I'll show you somebody who I would be willing to sign, and who I would be willing to splash the cash on. Who might have wanted to sign for us previously. Where is it? We need a shortlist. Scouting, shortlist. This is Jonathan Jorge. This guy doesn't have the all-out pace, but on an attack duty, I feel like he can penetrate the position all the time. This is a good player, and he's on a 30 euro per week contract. This is a steal. Problem is, he doesn't want to sign for us. And in all honesty, I have no idea how they managed to play him 99 times at Tabby and him scoring only 3 goals. He must have had 5-minute appearances all the time. This is a signing I would want to go for, and I would gladly pay him 150 euros a week, which is a lot for us. Really, it's not about the money here. And also, he plays, so if I would use him as a winger, it doesn't matter. He's got it all. We can also try him as a pressing forward, doesn't matter. He's got it. He can also play Metzala if we want him to. Look at that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, the finishing is a bit off. But this is a good signing, I feel. With 23, the 5k are not a problem. They sell him for 1.5. It's not a big deal. He doesn't want to sign for us. Why doesn't he want to sign for us? Well, we're too bad. We're a small club, we're too bad in the league. That's it. Doesn't like us. I would love to sign him. He's already unsettled. He's unsettled and we need him. And I would be willing to do... I don't know. But the problem is also, if we compare him to Ytterhogdals, which is our go-to player at this position, at this point. Look at this. There's not that much of a difference. It's a bit. Jorge is horrible. Or Liljedal. Or both. Because he's a bit slow, maybe. Yeah, for a winger. Jorge. Why is that? Don't tell me he's got no potential and you looked into the editor. First of all, this is randomized. And second of all, well, I consider that cheating. So... Anyway, this would be an addition to the squad I would be willing to make. At decision making, yeah, it's 9. But think of it this way: the decision making of 9 is also down to the age. The mental attributes will improve anyway. You don't have to do anything other than play them. They have to age a little bit, and just play them. Doesn't matter. If they don't get worse in the rest of it, they will improve mentals overall. Yeah, but think of the level of this league. 8 is a decent value. This only needs to go up half a point or something and he's really okay. This is not like... Considering the rest of the sample, this is not bad. There's other players that are worse. Definitely. Also, wingers in this league don't come with strength and jumping reach usually. They just don't. They have like 3 points there. Same for strikers. If you find a striker with decent finishing, he has a strength of 4. Yes. At least that's how I feel about it. Determination plays no role in player development, though. But yeah, he's got a good personality. It's he's a fairly professional. That's the thing. He will develop if there's any potential left in him. Or well, if he gets match experience. And looking at the amount of appearances, well, I don't know. Do we have a form report here? Yes. Look at this. He doesn't play through the matches. I don't know why. That's one of those players I would play all the time. So we're gonna go a bit aggressive here, and we want to buy him. I don't think that's correct. There's been data mining for that a few iterations of Football Manager ago. They didn't change the system so far. Determination and work rate makes them work harder on the pitch for a specific game. Determination is specifically once you go down a goal, so that's important, but rather for this one match. And work rate is overall for physical contribution first and foremost. It's also in the tooltip, by the way. But for the hidden attributes and personality attributes, it's professionalism and then ambition. Determination plays no role in overall player development. It plays a role in player performance on the pitch, and if the performances are good, they gain more experience because the rating is better. But at least that's how I read about it, and that's my experience. Determination is part of the sample of the mental attributes, but determination is not part of the attributes that influence player development in a great degree. Ambition does, and this is easy to explain. Ambition results in more experience points awarded. So I Going forward, I assume that you are familiar with role-playing games. If you're not, I don't know, I have to explain this another way. So they get experience points for playing matches. And they get more experience points as a player for matches once they have a good performance. So the performance rating acts as a multiplier. In that sense, a 6.6 is perfectly fine for a young player. Doesn't matter, he gets his experience, it's good. And if you loan somebody out and he has really bad matches all the time, it doesn't matter, because he doesn't earn that much experience because his multiplier is reduced. But anyway, he gets some match experience. Ambition acts as an additional multiplier. Ambition basically, well, either that or they get free experience. It's one of the two. So ambition does give more experience points to spend. Professionalism gives more effort to spend these experience points in training. So a professional player will train harder and he will complain less. No, these are strictly independent. Considering your question, this is a multi-dimensional model, and the attributes you are going for, so I always forget one. The sample is ambition, professionalism, determination, loyalty, controversy, and I think sportsmanship. I might have forgotten one. And determination is the only visible one of these. The rest of them you can calculate with an online calculator. There's I'll look into this. Give me a second. Where is it? That's it. So the link is really weird. I don't know why they didn't include this in a decent website, but this is the go-to location to find out about player personalities. This is how it's always been, and that calculator probably could use an update, but this is where you get your attributes from. What the hell is an IP grabber link? So, no, it's not. It's some sort of I don't know. Comes from GitHub stuff, whatever. I don't know. I've been using this forever, so also my IP changes from probably once a week at least. I don't know. It's not like I don't own that website, and seriously, I have no idea. So I'm a computer scientist, I realize what an IP grabber is, but yeah, what use is it anyway? Moteba will be fine. Mentoring. So ambitious comes with a drawback though. Ambitious awards more experience points to the player, either in development or whilst he plays at all, as far as I'm aware. But ambitious comes with the drawback that they want serious money, and given that you play Bayern Munich or somebody, you don't give a flying fuck about that. You just pay them. Doesn't matter. Also, contract negotiations are really boring. Just let the director of football do it, who cares? Club has the money, right? That doesn't work down here. Down here, this is horrible. The ambitious player comes in and he wants to earn as much as half of the rest of the squad. So ambition usually means you have to sell them on. At some point. Sooner rather than later. Because if a bigger club comes in, they will say, oh, well, I could go to Club X at this point, and they pay me more, so let me go. I don't care if you're two games away from getting promoted. I will no longer train well and start to complain and so on and so forth because I want to go on. And yeah, sure. But this is well, I've been maybe I'm a bit over the top with that. But ambition is easier to handle if you have the money. in the lower reaches of the game, ambition is horrible. It's not like it's great for the player, but it's horrible for the manager. Because you cannot plan long term with such a player. He will move on. And that's why you see not a single ambitious player in this squad. There's one player that has high ambition here. This is, where is he? Jonas Andersson. He's really bad, but he's a perfectionist. Perfectionist implies basically perfect ambition. Perfectionist is really high professionalism and really high ambition. If this guy has any potential left in the tank, he will realize it. If not here, then nowhere. Because he will make the most of every single experience point he gets awarded. If we can speak of experience points. But he will redistribute that. I don't know. About the thing with the agents is I'm not sure how they do it. Yeah, the agent might be different, so this might be your saving grace from that perspective. But the go-to stat in Football Manager really is professionalism. And well, there is an argument to be made about loyalty. Now, if the ambition is paired with really poor loyalty, that's especially dangerous, because you basically have a bad apple in the squad. He develops well, but he will move on if you don't let him. You've got a lot of stuff on your hands. An argument can be made that the lower reaches, if you want to put it that way, yes. It's probably not fair, but the story with Lewandowski went down similar once he tried to move from Dortmund to Munich. On the other end, same in Munich. He's been complaining from time to time, but Robert Lewandowski is also basically a model professional. So that's the thing is, these comparisons are usually not good because there's a problem that the players have it all. If you talk players on a high level, so it's probably worthwhile to look for somebody that has high ambition but never made it. What's the name of the guy that played with Frankfurt and was with Napoli, I think? Armin Younes. Is it Armin Younes? I think Younes it is. So this is German, obviously. Does he still exist? Well, maybe his name is different. I think he's called Younes. Maybe it's written differently. Great. I have no idea where he is these days. Give me a second. Oh, it's Armin, not Armin. He's a scout these days. Okay, so anyway, he counts as balanced apparently. Armin Younes has a history of moving to a club, getting into talks with the club, and then half a year later he tries to move on. And he's always in the press, or he always has been in the press. And this goes so much as to ruin his career to a degree. Now, we are not aware. Balanced personality means nothing. Well, it means strictly average. But this is different if the player is a new gen. A balanced personality means something different than if the player is if an existing player. And in that sense, balanced for existing players is worse than balanced for players that do not exist yet, or who are new gens. I'll explain. So let's take Armin Younes for a second here, and let's say that Sports Interactive label him a mercenary. They don't do that. There is not a single player in the game that has a negative personality that already exists. No, it's worse. So balanced is a label that gets slapped on a certain sample of attributes. But all the negative personalities in Football Manager that might be around for existing players, they do not count them as actually temperamental or mercenary or unambitious or something like that. They don't do that. Because they don't want to insult anyone and get into legal trouble in Football Manager. So what happens is every negative personality for pre-existing personnel that exists in real life is labeled balanced. So once you see a balanced player with that face here, without the real face, like Otis Tillander here, this person exists in real life. And well, you can phrase it that way, sure. But I realize why this is. So in that sense, a new gen that is a model citizen or a model professional is better from a personality standpoint. Or no, not that way. But a balanced new gen is better than a balanced existing player. Because the balanced pre-existing player runs with the risk of having really bad attributes. You don't want to sign these. Now, in Sweden you have not a chance. In Sweden it's all the same. There's balanced players all over the area. That's probably down to the fact that Sports Interactive doesn't have 250 scouts in Sweden that scout every single lower league match. So the players there are all balanced. And they might develop at some point, and this is random, so it counts. That's okay. But the new gens are basically your go-to at this point. And also Sweden has really good, they have good youth intake as a nation. Scandinavia in general, I think. So that's not a problem quality-wise. But yeah, so much for personalities. Anyway, so yeah, we're trying to look for professional players to change the personalities of the squad too. That's part of it. The worst? Casual. Casual is the worst of them all. Because casual implies that he has no ambition, no professionalism. And the rest is also bad. There's a few negative personalities that come with some sort of upside. Fickle, for example, is one of those that's really... Also, Fickle is a personality that comes with good ambition, or decent ambition, usually. So in that sense, Fickle is okay. And sometimes you get the Fickle player that just means he has poor temper, if he's Fickle. Sometimes they have good personality and underlying the bad temper. So they induct controversy, but they can still be ambitious and professional and even to a degree loyal. So in that sense, Fickle is one of these personalities you can safely include in your squad and hope for it. But there's no guarantees, obviously. It might be a really bad Fickle player anyway. And there's other personalities that you might want to include anyway, even though they're bad. Things like unambitious. If you don't want ambitious players in your squad anyway, and you've got a model professional squad, an unambitious player might have decent professionalism and might do as a mentoring target. But personalities like, I don't know, mercenary, that's really low loyalty and really high controversy, I think. I would need to look this up. I don't have it all in the back of my head. But most of the negative personalities come with drawbacks that you do not want to include in a squad. So... Now, for the pre-existing players, yeah, temperamental. Temperamental is... we've got one of these. It's a new gen. So we've got a temperamental player on the squad, and we're trying to mentor him at this point. That's a goalkeeper, I'll show you. So we've got 2 balanced goalkeepers. Oh, he's fairly sporting. Sportsmanship is one of these things I really don't care about. There's a sportsmanship is about playing the ball into a touch once somebody is injured and so on. So you could even argue maybe. Yeah. Oh, he's balanced now. He was temperamental. So this is part of it. Now he counts as balanced, and this is a new gen. So this means that his controversy dropped. Also, media handling gives some... Well, he's still outspoken, volatile, and confrontational. So you can see it here. This is obviously somebody to complain to the newspaper. He will call Bild in Germany and tell them everything. From what his wife wanted him to eat yesterday to what the manager said in the dressing room. So, yeah. But that's the only one that came through that had somewhat decent potential. So we wanted to shape his personality. That's why we moved him up. And so this is all not about going down or going up, right? Yeah, maybe. But he's in a... Where is he? Here. He's in a mentoring group with the perfectionist. So... I don't know about the perfectionist probably has bad temper. That's really the only thing about him that I think it's the temper. Yeah, he's also not good with controversy, and in that sense they fit just fine. But he's got better professionalism and better ambition, and he's a club captain and an influential player due to being a club captain. So he can motivate the others to change their personality. In that sense, if these turn fairly ambitious or fairly professional, great. Because that means we got rid of one negative attribute. And they are really young. So they are influenced a lot. That's good. And a similar argument can be made down here. So this is Puget. Puget is a decent catch for us. They offered us 16k for him at the start of this season. And I wasn't able to sell him, and really I'm annoyed by it. I would have loved to sell him on immediately. He doesn't perform. He's on a 6.4 average rating right now. It's just no use with him. Personality needs to change. So we mentor him with 2 fairly pros. And then Gustav Ostrom, he declined in personality. This guy was a model citizen prior to being mentored. He lost a point of professionalism or something, or I don't know what he lost. One of the attributes. He was basically the perfect guy you want to have in the squad, and he lost one of them. So now we try to mentor him into being a fairly professional at least, because I want his professionalism to dominate the rest of it. No, well, no, he's horrible. As a personality, he's a wonder kid, yeah. Or no, he's not real now. This is a new gen. Yeah, that's a new gen. He's definitely not real. I cannot develop a player once we are prone to go down, and he's so far off the first team squad. He can maybe come on as a pressing forward from time to time, but we had a chance to play him last season. From time to time. We tried, he didn't develop, despite his great sample of attributes, so there's nothing to be had there. And now we'll go through some of the trial lists. These are all crap, really. His flair? Yeah, decent flair. Gustav? Yeah, his flair's 12. Also stamina, work rate, and teamwork. He's got determination 16. Overall, mentally, I don't know, maybe. He's also a decent dribbler. Technique, dribbling, first touch, this is okay. His primary role should probably either be a playmaker, but vision and passing are really bad, or shadow striker. Or even, I don't know, something like this, right? Doesn't rely too much on physicals, but the thing is, with him, the long shots could be improved a tiny bit, and maybe it will be worthwhile at some point. The trait he learned from somebody else, or he learned by himself, I'm not willing to get rid of it. It's too much of an effort. So as a shadow striker, he will not do because his finishing is really bad. But I really don't know. But he will not make it to be a playmaker or even a moderately decent passer. I don't think so. We can. Usually, I think the assessment is that a single attribute can be improved by about 5 points if it's a wonder kid. So to get his passing up to 9 would be the maximum if we played him, I don't know, with Man City or something, right? With this level of the league, he will maybe improve 1 or 2 points. Long term, he might improve a little bit more, but probably not. And there's one thing that comes to mind with him. So his tackling and passing are horrible, obviously. Off the ball movement is not great either. But as primary attributes, he at least has the stamina, the work rate, and the teamwork to play as a box-to-box midfielder. The 5 points I was referencing to are not due to the bad coaching here. The bad coaching makes it even worse, yes. But this is just about the potential to develop. So these 5 points are obviously a rule of thumb. If you focus on something and you've got a real wonder kid on your hands, they will move up. But the thing is, they don't specifically move that attribute up. They just gain so much experience from any game that or from natural development of wonder kid, they just ramp up all the attributes at once. So it doesn't matter. And I've had one of these in one of my clubs, but it was a few installments of Football Manager ago. If you get one of these in youth intake, you notice. They come in, they make it from a single silver star to 5 gold stars within a season. And then they leave the club because there are 180 offers for them and you get offered 500,000 for them. Or, I don't know, you don't get offered 500,000 for them because the chairman accepts it once it reaches 10k. So, yeah. These players exist, but Ostrom is not one of them. Or was it Orberg? Whatever. He's got a personality. And that's it. These are all crap. I looked through these previously. To be fair, I should look for good personalities, but I don't think we have one here. They're all balanced, and this means that the personality may be all over the place here. Robertson is a former player of us. This guy shot us into this league. If you can believe it. Look at it here. He's the one to score 8 goals in 18 matches prior to the appearance of Iron Ore Holmstrom. He's the one that got us promoted into this league. It was really close and more or less accidental, but yeah. I really don't want him. Ronnie Carlson. Well, he's fairly determined. And that's fairly determined as an average personality at that point. Alphonse Fern. Yeah, I had a look into him too. Thinking about, well, maybe he can do something, but with these mentals, this is really bad. Anticipation is really bad. He cannot do anything going forward. Long shots are decent, but he's more of an accidental long shot taker at this point. And definitely not better than what we have. Yeah. I think that's a viable point to make. Yes, you're right. So obviously he had the supply. Yes, and it's the same with Iron Ore Holmstrom. But even though we have the supply this season, or we probably have it, at least to a degree, our current strikers don't make it. but supply has been diminished too. Anyway, I want to go for another hour, but I need to do a bathroom break at this point. And it's been really interesting so far, so just give me a minute or two, and let me grab something to eat in the kitchen. And yeah, it's probably, yes, we really need a decent midfielder to accompany Nila Fossel. I feel that's about it. But these guys are expensive.
Thanks for the follow.
And thank you very much for that. You're welcome to be around anytime. So anyway, bathroom break, be right back. Alright, I've got another hour maybe, and then I need to go at some point. Got an appointment. So, you can enjoy watching me eat along the way. Wonderful. Thank you very much. You're really welcome to be around anytime. Thanks. I don't know if I can keep this going forward. Starting with April, I will have a day job again. So yeah, I will not be able to stream all day going forward, but for now, there's a lot of it. Also, if you're interested in the previous episodes, there's like 200 hours of it on YouTube at this point. So, or maybe not that much, but and it started out really bad. Like, yeah, you could probably guess. Once the first time you start streaming, you have no idea how to do it. And I don't feel like I do now. So they play a cautious mentality. Great. Control possession style. Oh, yeah, okay. Like every other game here in this league, it's either possession or counter. Well, we can just annoy everyone else here and talk about software development. Not a big deal. They are no good though. But I remember last time we lost against these, and we were trying to control possession against them last time. Didn't work. I don't know why. Well, you can be a rookie at something, right? Because apparently you are a tactical genius, so if you're a tactical genius, you can't be good at anything. Or everything, sorry. You can be good at anything, but not at everything. That's how it works. But in software development, really, you realize at some point that at some point you realize that the people that do it for 20 years are rookies too. Sometimes they have no idea what they're doing. Sure, why not? I'm a 37-year-old computer scientist that wants to go into management, so I should. People can learn a lot of stuff if they put their head to it, and if they really want to. But if I can give one recommendation, don't skip the stuff you don't like. Seriously. Especially in computer science. The more you hate it, the more important it is. And I don't know what it will be for you, but the stuff you like is also useful, but the stuff you hate the most is probably needed too. I've had a lot of contact with senior software developers that have no idea about runtime analysis or something like this. This is the basics. You need to have this stuff, or your code will be horrible. And you will be glorified by management because they don't understand, and the rest of the team will be... they will hate you. So, no. There's a lot of stuff to be learned in software development every single day. And, yeah. You need that stuff. But you also need to practice, obviously. So... if you want to get into this, just head on right in. Get a job at it. Seriously. Get a job with it. Or, I don't know. I'm not sure if C is the right way to go though. Because the raw, well, if you're talking C++ maybe, but raw C is hard on people, and it doesn't teach you good concepts. I feel you should focus on object-oriented programming first and foremost, And it's not so much about the language. I think you can always learn a language in half a year. Doesn't matter. But the things you learn about how languages deal with different with aspects from an architectural point of view, that's really worthwhile to learn. So in that sense, you might want to look into different languages. Yeah, but it obviously depends. So say you want to be a software developer in robotics, or I don't know, want to do development for satellites or something. That's a completely different environment. It depends. If you want to go close to the hardware, there's probably C in favor of C++. That's because let's say you do software for a satellite. So this is derived from a friend of mine who's also around the stream from time to time, but he's not here right now. If you do software development for tiny chips that go into space that have to be absolutely free of failure, less code is a worthwhile thing, and because you don't have any storage capacity. So in that sense, they use C over C++, and there is no libraries to be used there. That's completely different from, let's say, I don't know. You do a web application. If you try to do your homepage without any frameworks and pure raw HTML and without any style frameworks, you're shooting yourself in the foot, then ripping it out and beating yourself in the head with it repeatedly. It's just useless. There's no use in programming this in a raw style anymore. Use a framework, be done with it. And I realize that frameworks come and go every 2 or 3 years, but you don't have a choice. Everyone else does. And that teaches you very different concepts in that sense. So there's not the one programmer or the one computer scientist to be had. And also, by the way, if you feel inclined to be to do that once, look at management anti-patterns immediately, because the sooner you realize anti-patterns, the better you get, whatever the environment you work in as a programmer. If you realize anti-patterns prior to following them for 2 years, that can save your ass, seriously, because management is absolutely incapable of identifying it. In my experience, they didn't study this stuff. So they will force the team to do something that the entire team is blatantly aware of is either mathematically impossible or will not work in that amount of time. There's so many languages. The term software development is so loaded. There's so many environments. I cannot say this. Let's say you want to develop for Football Manager. I think this is written in C++, but I'm not entirely sure. So, Auberg's gone. And here's Gladys Shabani. Great. I don't care about this young guy, but anyway, he's one of our players, right? Okay, so I should care about him. He is a central defender that brings the ball out of defense. This is horrible for him. Fantastic, we will let him leave. I'm not sure. I cannot imagine this is raw C. Not at this point. They are not this crazy. No. So it has to be some sort of object-oriented language, but Football Manager is really old. So this is not Java for sure. because it's just older than Java. And really, Java has runtimes that are horrible. So for game development, Java is a bad choice. So, I don't know. Nobody would do that, except for crazy people that implement Minecraft. Which is a bloody mess to begin with, code-wise. From what I've heard. Minecraft is probably an example of... That's a good idea. If you want to be really bad for yourself, try to write a mod for Minecraft. And afterwards, you can probably appreciate stuff like, for example, semantic versioning and dependency management and all that stuff. All that boring stuff that nobody likes. Well, yeah. Also, you might try to get into contact with ABAP and SAP at some point. I've never been in contact with them myself so far. I will, probably going forward. But there is no version control there to be had. It's all downwards compatible, which is horrible as a programmer. This means that you have to deal with the stuff that was status quo 10 years ago. And this is not okay. There's stuff in there that needs to work in Internet Explorer 4, probably. So, yeah. Good luck with that. And just for completeness sake, I myself, I'm more of a backend development guy. Focused on database stuff, SQL, and also PHP as a web language. But I've been with some other languages from time to time. Sparingly, I'd say. If you want to get really good at something, you gotta focus on it. So, yeah. I'm not sure what I'm good at. Probably, I don't know. In my experience, it has always been I don't feel like I'm a bad programmer or software developer, but I realized soon enough that delegating stuff is no, I'm not. But I've got a background in that's data science related. So if you're interested in data science stuff, you should probably go Perl or R. Python it is, not Perl. Perl is the glue. So yeah, Perl will probably do too. But no, Python or R if you're interested in that kind of stuff. And I don't know, Hadoop and so on. I've never been in contact with that stuff. So sadly, I lost out on that opportunity. And now, at the age of 37, nobody cares. I gotta analyze my own performance first. That's a hard thing to do, though. To realize what goes wrong. That's hard to do. But data science in general is really interesting. And I feel like it's often misunderstood. It's applied for stuff that it doesn't adhere to. And it's not understood once it applies. That's, I don't know. If you some correlations you get out of stuff are really interesting and worth a look into, but just because there's a correlation doesn't mean that there's a reason behind it. And a lot of times correlation get taken for, yeah, but data is not information, and that's one of these things. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, can you tell me the difference between data and information without Googling? It's one of these definitions nobody cares about, but it's really, really fucking important. And just for transparency, I'm not trying to be a wise ass. That's no, that's not a difference. Data is everything. Data is everything that gets so far. You are not far off. Data is everything. Data can be I don't know, a bit stream. Data can be what the click stream of the user through the user interface. Data can be what's on the database. That's why it's called that way. But data isn't useful in itself. If you think about what they call a data lake these days, it gets more obvious. So data lake is a nice word that was created in the last 5 to 10 years. They called it these days for the entire data that is available to a company, for example. That is a data lake. And a data lake is just another way to say this is all the trash and data we have. So this is not sorted, this is not structured, this is all the bullshit everyone recorded anywhere. And usually that means that you're up for a lot of work prior to actually getting something useful out of that data. And that's the thing, the usefulness. Information contains additional knowledge that has not been known previously. So you don't want to mine data, you want to extract information out of data. But if you're good, your database doesn't contain data. If you're good, your database contains information. It's a warehouse, a data warehouse at that point, which is information driven because everything in there is worthwhile knowing and none of it is duplicate. That's the you go down the path to normalization at that point. That doesn't exist only on databases though. Think for example on API. You only want to be forced to commit information to the API. If you get I don't know, the API tells you here's a yellow brick, and later on, once you want to modify that brick, you gotta insert the yellow brick again that was provided by the API to you. This is bullshit. The API should know that this brick is yellow. This is not valid information. This is just data. Data doesn't need to be communicated. Exactly. Yeah. And this is very, very important to understand, because a lot of the problems there's a thing there. You need to use data as sparingly as possible. You want to reduce it to the smallest sample. That requires all the information there is within it. That's that has a name. I know it in German, but not in English. Give me a second. Also, this has nothing to do with Football Manager, by the way. But yeah, of course I know this word. This is in German at least. This is called poverty of data. So, it should be the data should be packed as tightly as possible to contain all the information, but nothing else. And that's really hard to achieve if you go about it that way. And it's the same within a programming language or somewhere else. If you, let's say you write a function, a method, and a function, strictly mathematically speaking, is something that takes an input. That's a, how do I put this? That's a Menge. No. Google is a support vector machine at its core. This is Google full as a weighted multidimensional model, and this changes all the time. It's at its core, it's really interesting, but it's I don't think so. Well, at this point, Google is a lot of things, right? But the search engine itself is not that hard to understand. If you got the math skills, let's put it that way. But the math is not that hard. You just have to realize how it works. It's not that. Let me put it that way. The model how Google works is similar to how a player works in Football Manager. A player in Football Manager is just a sample of attributes in different dimensions. The amount of the amount of ambition has nothing to do with the amount of professionalism. They are strictly independent, and same for the sportsmanship and so on. And Google separates data in that sense. So it judges them on their independence. So if you're looking for something and that is highly correlated to some other words, they get ranked up. That's the basic concept. I would be able to go into detail with this, but I need a whiteboard. So yeah. Also, definitely not part of Football Manager. So, but yeah. You can probably see why I studied this stuff for 10 years. There's a lot of stuff to be known about everything here, and this is all scraping the core of it. It's not something to learn in a few weeks or in a few months. And being a programmer is very different from being a software developer. Let me put it that way. So I'm not judging though. Do whatever's good for you. No. Well, there's a lot of the way you phrased it. So I think Pep Guardiola could become a programmer within a year. I don't think he could become a good computer scientist for the remainder of his life. I don't think that's viable, because he's used to other stuff, and it's hard to learn at some point. I'm 37 right now, so I have a hard time learning new things from time to time. I don't know it yet, but I don't learn that fast and that easy. Compared to back when I was a child. And I think for Pep Guardiola, the train has departed in that sense. He's too old. But that's not Pep Guardiola specific, that's just down to age. And the lack of, I don't know. It's like with any job. I'm not going to work in a kindergarten anytime soon, so yeah. I wouldn't be any good at it. Don't worry about it. It will get sorted. You will find your way. That's a weird thing to say. I'm not one for, what's it called? I'm not a believer in fate. That would be weird as a computer scientist, by the way. So but at the age of 25, I think I started studying computer sciences. It might have been a year earlier or something. But I failed at studying math. I did math and crash landed basically. So I wasted a lot of years of my life. Wasted. These days I realized that as bad as I was at math, I learned some things in math. I was really just bad at the exercises, but a lot of it stuck to my head. And I use this stuff these days. So now I am capable of understanding most of the stuff that other people do not understand and use. To a degree that's worthwhile. And especially if you have to do with economists, there's a lot of bad practices out there and a lack of understanding, or basic understanding of basic principles. So in that sense, I still benefit from it. So don't let yourself get, disheartened. If something doesn't work out, it doesn't mean that you're at the end of the line. And same with other stuff. I would never have guessed that I would be interested in personal finance at some point. To be smart is only half of it though. Really. To me, I always got that shoved in my face that I'm that intelligent and everybody expected this and that of me because I'm that intelligent. So first of all, you gotta do the work. That's just like in Football Manager. All the talent in the world doesn't help you anything if you're a casual. Doesn't help if you don't have the personality for it, and you will not find a mentor in real life. Or if you do, you might be lucky, but you gotta do it yourself. You gotta change your personality yourself. No, don't worry. And also, it's not about competition. Software development is not about being the best. It's not about doing the homework yourself. It's not about solving the problems yourself. At the end, it is. But 95% of software development is organization and it's communication. You gotta be able to include the skills of other people, and you gotta work in a team. And to work in a team, you gotta do your part, but especially you gotta include other people to do their part too. It's all about checks and balances and feedback loops. If you write a piece of code and nobody else checks it, that's a really bad concept in the team. Somebody else should have a look at it, because somebody else has another style and they have another opinion on it, and you will improve, both of you. This is how you improve. So this is not a one-man show, and it never will be. And if you encounter somebody that thinks it's a one-man show, that's usually a reason to leave. Not only the person, but also the company. Because if that person is kept around, that's not a good company. So this is the lessons from my experience as a software developer. Also, don't stick to a company for 5 years if you want to improve the company and never get a raise. Get out there. You don't live to be a computer scientist to have fun on the job and be underpaid. You can also program for fun once you are financially independent. So fuck that. Do whatever's good for you. Earn the money. Apply solid investment techniques. And go into retirement 10 years later, if you can make it. Or don't, really. But be aware of it. As a computer scientist, you cannot afford to not optimize some stuff in your life. Because it's at its core your job. So it shouldn't stop with programming. I will not tell you what to optimize for, though. That's entirely personal. Alright. They are 16th in the league. Software development is fine, but you'll find out soon enough. So may I ask, what's your background so far? What did you do so far? Until the age of 25? What are you good at? What are you bad at? It will be a tough match. Will we park the bus? Probably not, maybe. I don't care. Okay. So with Python you can do stuff, right? But I was not talking about, I was not talking specifically software development. I thought more on a general, in general. You're 25, you're good at something. It doesn't even need to be job related. Sometimes you don't think of these things. Sometimes you only need a second person that has another input. And maybe that person can give you some input that you might disregard and might say, I don't care, or that's not for me. But sometimes that person can offer a new perspective. So I'm trying to be that person right now. Is there something you're good at, you do in your free time? Don't tell me you play Football Manager, I realize that, but okay. Okay. So this means I'm not unfamiliar with that. So that means you're used to work under stress, and you're willing to do the dirty work. That's 2 parts. Definitely. So that's worthwhile, right? There's a lot of jobs where exactly. So this is part of it, though. You, especially with all the software systems, for example, there's always a lot of dirty code, really bad code. And being someone that is willing to get into this and to fix it and to, let's say, improve it, that's a job that's worthwhile and might get well paid. Also, there's a lot of management that doesn't understand it, but that's not what this is about. So you've got the mental side covered. You're not one to go there and say, I don't want to work with that code base, this is too dirty for me. This implies that certain jobs are available to you that other people are unwilling to take. That's the first thing. So you can use that. You can use that to get a foot in the door, for example. And then stuff with like communication skills or something like this. Well, they told me my IQ 2 at some point, but it doesn't really matter. At least not to me. Seriously. IQ is such a flawed measure anyway. So if that makes you any happy, cool. But in the end, it's about results. And so assuming that you are a male, which most of Football Manager streamers as well as watchers are, so it's an educated guess, you might realize that you can do everything wrong and everything right and have the IQ or whatever, the mindset, and be intelligent, and you can still fail. And that's part of it. It doesn't matter. Sometimes shit happens. And it's not down to your decision making. You can, if I bet you $100 for me rolling a 6 on a 6-sided die, and you get it otherwise, you would always take the roll. But if I roll only once and I roll a 6, you're still fucked. But doesn't matter. It was the right decision anyway. Yeah. So you can this is down to the psychology path now. I'm not sure if this is a good conversation to be had on stream, given that this will rest in the internet for the remainder of the days. But you could probably ask yourself why that is. Seriously, why is it? First, why do you need the confirmation anyway? Aren't you happy without it? And why is that? Is that confirmation for yourself, or do you need it from other people? And is it anchored in your personal history? Why is that? Would you like to see yourself as something more than you are? Or are you aspiring to be something more? What's the goal in the end? Because it might be that in the end, okay, I get that. So I'll tell you from my perspective. I like to optimize. And it's so hard for other people to judge because they don't realize what I optimize for. I got that during streaming here. I optimize for a lot of different things and try to weigh that on a decision by decision basis. But it's not only about one thing. I will never go, I will optimize finance and that's it in Football Manager. I cannot do that. It doesn't work. These days I try to optimize for we are trying to hold the league, but we do not spend too much, and I cannot afford to sign these players, and I cannot afford to, I don't know, park the bus all the time. Okay, yeah, this is good. So given purpose makes you happy. That's good. So in that sense, now you've got some things covered, right? You like to do something that might have to do with programming anyway. And you want to do something that that gives purpose, or that induces purpose, at least for you. This might be helping other people in any way. It's not unfamiliar. We are social people after all. Humans are social creatures, I'd say. We are amongst the league leaders in fouls and cards awarded. Really? So in that sense, you've got some environment variables that might shape a picture of a job. If you can find a job where you can, for example, there is a software system and you need to improve it and have a look into how it's been done so far. Maybe you can apply somewhere to improve pre-existing things, to be part of a team, learn step by step, and the software system might be used to help people, but it cannot help people if it doesn't get updated. So in that sense, you would be motivated to do the job, you would learn something along the way, and you would be integrated in a team, which is vital in software development. Also, you can always, at 25, seriously, you can always try to study. Go and do that. Doesn't matter. You can always do that. 25 is not an age. Also, weren't you 42 previously? Yeah, anyway. Sure, that's great. That's great. And I disagree, because you do benefit because it makes you happy. That's one of the most vital goals after all, right? So, why can't I put an end to the misery? I don't know. It's just me. And really, we lacked a bit of luck overall. So, what will we do against them? We talked a lot about other stuff now. So, they play a 4-2-3-1. Yeah. But the sooner we realize that money is just a tool, the better off we are. Because on one hand, that means that we do not want to get exploited. Money is a way to, in a way, it's a way to store time in our life. Maybe. But money is a store of value, and we got a limited amount of time to live. So that might not seem obvious right now, but the older you get, the less you care about money, because the valuable currency is time. And once you are old enough and got all the money in the world, it doesn't mean anything to you anymore. So that doesn't mean that money is not valuable. Money is very valuable because you can buy freedom with it. You can do whatever you want. Play Football Manager all day. Go on vacation all day. Travel the world. Or sit around at home and learn to code in C. Nobody forces you to leave a job once you've got the money not to need one. But you can buy freedom with it. Exactly. But money is utilitarian in that sense. So there's this report that is done in the United States every year, I think, that or it was done at least once, that judges people's happiness by their income level. And this is just correlation, so be careful with that. But people that are above about 100k are more unhappy in life. And that might be down to the fact that they have to manage all that money, or it might be down to the fact that they live a life that is so focused on earning money that they are, you get in the jobs of middle management and above, and this is a stressful life and not a life that's worthwhile. They are not happy about their life even though they earn money. Also, earning money is worthless if you don't keep it. If you spend it on everything, you do not buy the freedom with it, you buy stupid stuff with it that doesn't make happy long term. Yeah. But it also means that the earlier you realize that you want to be independent of monetary compensation for your job, the earlier in life you achieve that, the earlier in life you are absolutely independent and can do whatever you want. And the people that achieve that usually say, I should have done earlier X, Y, Z, because my time is much more worthwhile. But this is a risk-based. This assessment should be based on risks. So let's say I'm just gonna assume now. Let's say you're a person, 30-year-old, and you've got a wife and 4 children that rely on you to do your job, and you expect to make it as a full-time streamer. This is absurd. It will not work. You have no reliability in that income. Keep your job, do whatever's needed, feed your children. You've got responsibility. You have no capability to take on risk in this situation. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wealth is more of a function of what you are born into than what you earn. There's only so much you can do, earnings-wise. And at least in my experience, it's not so much down to wage. It's down to what you're able to save. Now, I created that person out of thin air right now. There's also the argument the other way around. I don't have any children. Not yet anyway. But I'm 37 right now. I went with the career, and that didn't go well. So far. I took a lot of time to study because I had to work along the way, and now I've been in a job that taught me a lot of things, but it was more of the job itself that taught me and not the environment. I left my previous employer with I feel like I did a good job there, but I don't feel they did a good job by me at the end. And it's not like I'm angry about it, but I should have left earlier. And now you may ask yourself, maybe you should have left earlier. Maybe you should have had other goals in life, other than studying for, I don't know, 15 years. I'm not sure at this point. I should probably count at some point. And maybe you could have had a better job and children. Yeah. Well, I've got friends that have children, so a lot of them actually. But given the academical background, well, you can probably imagine that children are not that common in my social environment. They exist, but it's not like every couple has a bunch of children. So we need a left-footed player to replace the left wing back. Also, I gotta do this game, and afterwards I'll probably call it a day. I'll be back tomorrow then. But let's go through this game. We didn't look into it into detail, but the conversation has been much more interesting to me, so yeah. You might have guessed it by now. I really like that kind of stuff. To think about what's worthwhile in life. Not from a philosophical point of view, strictly speaking. It's about efficiency. About being happy. To me. And to be effective at being happy is not easy. Alright, I got a tactical genius on my side at least, so I will not make any changes other than the ones I'm forced to. If you feel that way, I'm happy to see it that way. Sure. Why not? There's always something in common that you can find with somebody. Be it a stranger on the internet or somebody on the street. You can always find something. You just gotta look for it. And in the end, most people want to be loved. Most people want to have a happy life. So let's criticize a few for their lack of improvement in training. fine. Sure, you can ask whatever you want. And let's place the orders. Kulafich, still training well in that case. Helberg, still training well. Maybe we should give him a game. Will we give him a game? He's really bad though. There's a box to box. Well, no. No, really, no. Yes. Yes, I'm sure. This varies it. And this is down to the skills of the players though. The one on support is the one that crosses less often. The one on attack is the one that crosses more often. And the one that's capable of beating his man. So this is why they are set up this way. I wouldn't be able to switch it. I cannot do that. They are not capable of playing that. Melander and Forsell. I'll look into it though. So previously Moreira da Silva played here. I might get steamrolled? Why? Because it's too attacking? So for the last few matches I realized that the defensive formation doesn't work well. And we tried... I don't know what we tried to play last time we played these though. Oh, we had a draw. I don't think that's entirely true. Yeah, but you're the proponent of possession-based football. So how do we manage to do that? Well, we just keep the ball within our rows and don't let the opponent have possession. So they can 4 players hanging in the air. If it works. So it probably won't, but I will still go with it. And then what it can be wise afterwards, right? It's just a game after all. Alright, let's have a look. So the opposition plays 4-2-3-1. We always do. We always do. This is what the fans want. He has a weak foot. And he has 2. Alright, that's these. Next. So let's have a look again at the defenders. He's decent overall, locks the ball past the opponent though. No good off the ball movement. Yes, I agree with that. The problem is they want us to play a high tempo pressing game. High tempo is in the club's mentality. It's not down to me. This guy needs to be defended. This is dangerous. So we will trigger the press on him anytime. He's strong though, so no tight marking for him. So that's the left one. No, so Warwick would need to do that. There's nobody else available anyway. Yeah, it's already instructed on him. And same with him probably. They also have their instructions to mark specific players here. Who's that though? Korovic does mark a defensive midfielder. Yeah, that's good. Konyate. And he marks... That's bullshit. Okay, so I gotta redo that. So who's who? Kuyate is the right one, so our left one needs to mark Kuyate. Come on. And the right one needs to mark the other defensive midfielder. They can dribble more. He's the one to take more risks anyway. Well, it's his job as a Metzala, so there's that. For sell, take fewer risks, okay. Decisions 8, yeah. Ytterhogdals, decision 7. So he can take fewer risks too, sure. Same for him. No, I think this the thing with the risk taking isn't bad. I'm not sure if I'm able to outscore them, but we will try. They already have take fewer risks anyway, and he should. Always. So there's that. I gotta redo that anyway, because this is specific to the next match, these instructions. Alright. I forgot to go for the overlap though. Well, we can do that in game. Here we are. This is an away game, so against the 16th of the league though. That does a little bit better, and we will try to encourage them again. I don't want to have a straight red immediately, so having faith should be enough. And we'll see where this goes. Ekman and Ytterhogdals, first pass of the game worked out fine. Hellstrom. Same here, this is a narrow pitch, this will not go down well. Ytterhogdals. And the first lob. That is well defended so far. Ytterhogdals, routine header. Korovic. Technically that was good, and that wasn't. So we already saw there's a lot of space created out there. At least on the right wing, we can go with the overlap. Hellstrom, this is what he thinks is less risks. Loses the ball. There's a long ball, nobody defends it. Well, not yet anyway. And now they're trying to recycle possession. For sell Warwick. Wonderful pass for Korovic. Can he put it in the middle? No, he can't. He went for the shot. Wickman. Ngongos on the yellow. This is how they take their free kicks these days, yes. Okay. So Ngongos on the yellow. We might want to tell him to ease off tackles. Also, Ngongos got decent crossing, right? If I'm not mistaken. Where is he? This tablet stuff is so annoying. Crossing 8. That counts. Crossing 8 counts. Cross more often, please. Hopefully he can find ahead of Kulafic. Ytterhogdals. Kulafic. No. Close. Close. That set piece could have decided it already. Warwick now. Near post corner. Well defended though. Wickman. Another one of these. That opens up the pitch just fine. And really, that striker wasn't well marked in that situation. Jay basically lost him, all of them. Alp for Sell. Nice one, Korovic. Tries to go for the shot there. That's a bad header. Ngongo now. Nice cross for Warwick. Is it a cross at this point? Not sure, it might have been a pass. Got a corner. Warwick with the corner. Nice one. Doesn't manage to find Kulafic though. And he just clears it. That's great. So possession wise it doesn't look too good. Apparently. At least down to the stats. Ekman, Forsell. Wonderful pass by Forsell. Oh, Ytterhogdals. Ytterhogdals, Ekman, Forsell. One more of these. There's the shot. Well, we create something at least these days. Wickman with the corner, Sederberg, not a problem. Come on guys, you can do better. I mean, this is the last of the league. If we want to win this one, I don't know. How do you see? That's correct, yes. But we already overlap on the right. And, but Kouyaté is also tired. This is something to go for, yes. So in that sense, focusing on the right side would be a good idea, maybe. Because that should, well, this should be offside. Yeah, it is. And then maybe this leads to more situations on the right side. Ekman. Forsell. Oh, close one. Korovic, Ekman. Nice pass for Alp. Forsell again. Warwick. What's this? He regains possession, recycles it. That's good. What did you mean? Yeah, I mean, we control the middle, yes. So, and that's always the question. We can focus on the middle and then have more time for the overlapping runner on the right. We do seem to dominate the middle of the pitch. And the long balls, most of the time Ytterhogdals and, well, Ytterhogdals especially, will usually win these duels. So, that should do. Iverson. Yeah, let him run. Let him run it into a corner. Fine. We're good. Strictly speaking, not. But their numbers are more to the front. Sad noises. Should have scored that one. Well done here by Warwick. Well defended. Ytterhogdals now. In his more supporting role. Alp, he will probably go for an early cross. Knowing him. No, it's a pass for Ytterhogdals. Not offside. And another corner. Come on. Encourage him once more. Yeah, they go for it. All with the exception of Kulafich. Korovic with the corner. This is not a near post corner as instructed. This is just a bad one. Warwick. Kulafich. Hagedal. The central defender acts as a striker. What a shot. Korovic. There's 3 people back there. Yeah, they defended it. Warwick. Alp. That's an odd cross. Yeah, maybe. Ekman for Forsell. Ngongo. Now he can go for the cross. Well, he did, but it wasn't a good idea. Ekman. Ödberg. With the long ball. Not a problem for Alp. Well intercepted. Ngongo again. With another cross. Well, it was more of a pass. But anyway, 8-2 chances. I think we can say that we are well in control of this game overall. Korovic, what a wonderful pass for Lilydal. Cuts inside, Kulafich, there it is. Finally they remembered how it works. This is what we saw the entirety of last season. At last. Goes to the byline, cuts inside, with the cross for Kulafich. That's it. Life can be that easy. Now we're 12. 12-2. Wickman. So this doesn't look threatening so far. He goes for the cross immediately. And Kulafich takes down. Yeah, I thought so. But so far this looks like they're really exhausted. That's all there is to it. I'm happy with that. It doesn't look like they changed formation at least. Warwick. Warwick, nice pass for Korovic. Will he go for the shot? Long shots 11 and he doesn't manage to hit the target time and time again. Korovic with another free kick. So, yeah, in that sense it works well. I didn't expect that. And finally we're up 1 goal in a game. Really. Now we just gotta keep the pressure on. Korovic with the corner. Can Kulafich score a second? No, he can't. Brunting. Can we close him down? Oliveira. That's one of the few that isn't tired at this point. That was well defended. High up the pitch. Warwick. Was a good tackle. Ngongo. Warwick. Warwick. It's not a bad one. That might end up with Lilydal though. He went for the shot. For some reason. On his right foot. That's a weak one too. So overall we can be happy with that performance. That one chance we gave away, that's not good enough. But overall this is good. This is fine. Nothing to do. What does the tablet say? Nothing. So, what we witnessed previously is still viable. We'll look again at 15 minutes. Lilydal. Hellström. Kulafich. Yeah, so far at least. Let's see how the second half goes. Kulafich. Alp. Warwick and... What's this? The ball bounces around in the penalty area. And we just didn't manage to get it into goal. Hellström. So, we face a free kick here by Wickman. That should be easy to defend for Ngongo. So far, at least. Here's another one, and this one's for Zetterberg. Good one. Even Korovic is on a 6.8 rating. I cannot believe it. Ekman. Korovic. Well, now I can believe it. Can he find a wonderful pass? Well, no. That's one for Vorik. Look at the acres of space for Ngongo. Goes for the cross. Kulafic. Korovic. What did he hit? Kulafic was offside. But I think he hit the post. There. So something else got smashed too. Branting, Iverson. How is it possible that they have built up play? We can probably prevent a short goalkeeper distribution at this point. Hagedal, well defended, Hellström, Ekman, Korovic again, Vorik. Well, the pass was the right idea at least. There's a long ball. And this shouldn't be a problem. Ekman. Hagedal. No risk taking. Forsell. Short pass here too. Korovic. Vorik. And here's the penetrating pass for Kulafic. Second try. Well, Kulafic is not the one to run with the ball though. So I should have gone for the shot immediately. Ngongo, Forsell. Ngongo again with the cross. Helmström. Without the M. Hellström. Doesn't manage to hit the target though. Ekman on a yellow card now. Ngongo. Zetterberg. Alp. Liljedahl. Nice cross for Warwick. Opens up the pitch just fine. Korovic. Okay. that is certainly encouraging. They put on a ball-winning midfielder. Well, I cannot see it right now. Give me a second. Oh yeah, it's here below, right? Yeah. So they try to not to concede, but he's also already a bit tired, and these three are completely fresh now. So that's a problem. But so we risk getting caught on the counter in that sense. But the other guys we have on the bench, so first thought, we might want to replace one of the central defenders, but these two do a fine job. Left side. Yeah, but on the other hand, Ytterhogdals is already... We're trying to focus through the middle right? Yeah, no, right? Yeah. And focusing through the middle is fine. The ball-winning midfielder is not that great. And I think things are going well so far. It's more about keeping 11 men on the pitch, probably. Nice ball. Well, Liljedahl is not the one to win these, though. Forsell again. Forsell with the cross. Ngongo, Vorik. Well, he goes for the shot immediately. That's unsurprising. Ngongo with another cross. Yeah. This kind of behavior is interesting. Korovic, can he score a direct free kick? He's the best free kick taker we have. Westgirds. Ngongo with the header. Alp wins the ball. The DCR? Yeah. So we've got Boltegård Blom on the bench. I'll show you Boltegård Blom. Maybe you want to reconsider your statement afterwards. Do you see these physicals? Do you see that acceleration and pace? That's a slight risk, I'd say. I'm not entirely opposed to the idea, but that's a bit risky. But sure, why not? Let's give him some time on the pitch. He hasn't had time on the pitch for a long time. Yeah, well, to be fair, he did pretty well last season, overall. There were some errors in defense, but per Baltic Blom is always good for a goal after a corner. With jumping reach 17, heading 10, strength 13, he's a threat. He's a threat to both sides, basically. So, there's that. Also, I think Ekman can come off. He's on a 6.7, that's not too good. We'll put Melander on and try him as a register going forward. We've got 5 substitutes after all, and I think he can do. Hands on. Also, I want to make sure one thing doesn't exist anymore. I think we don't have to close down the goalkeeper. Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, but okay, in that sense you're right. So we'll probably keep it. Ulp. That's a nice pass for Lilydal. Blakes didn't manage to keep it. They changed something in their formation. They shuffled it around somewhat. Oh. Korovic. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, they changed it a little bit. Eriksson is fresh. That's it. They have no more substitutes, if I'm not mistaken. That should be the 5th. Hagedal. So, in that sense, even though Nagongo has a good game, we might want to substitute him. Nagongo for Sel, Nagongo again. Hagedal. Outside netting. And the thing with the underlap, let me have a look. Maybe, but overlapping works fine so far. Given the amount of chances we create over the right wing. Baltic Blom challenged the keeper there. Yeah, he went for the short distribution here. Alp, well intercepted. Immediately goes for the cross from deep. Kulovic, is it offside? Yes, it is. So... 15 minutes to go. Can we use some fresh faces? Sure. So, I want to go with Skillermo for Lilydal here, just because he's fresh, really. Kulovic is tired, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to jump. Nagongo is also tired, so Anderson can come on. Anderson is not a good crosser though. Not as good as Nagongo anyway. But the cross in 7, well. And he looks nervous. Well, okay. So, do we need another central defender? The thing is, Hagedal is a really good header. Wickberg isn't. On the other hand, Wickberg's fresh and Hagedal is rather tired. So, we'll switch defense. We'll switch defense. They don't like that, usually. Not with one goal. I'll try. Okay, now we made the substitutions. I'll praise him. Korovic. No reaction. Yeah, okay, some of them reacted with the feedback, but not by much. Anderson. Adam. Boyondo. Oh, that's not an offside, probably. Wickberg. He intercepted that one. That was really poor defending, though. But we managed to make it. Skillermo. He goes for the shot. And Warwick nearly closed it down. No. So at this point, probably time wasting, reduce the tempo a little bit, and work the ball into the box. Try to keep the ball. Yeah, a little tease that made me really nervous. That's well intercepted by Forsell, not a problem. Nice pass, Boltegård Blom in midfield. Oh, risky pass. Wickberg. That's not what he was instructed to do, but it worked out anyway. Korovic with the cross. Skillermo. Well, that would have been the day. Skillermo with a header. What's this? Nothing, apparently. And given that praising worked recently, we'll try it again. Some of the players might feel motivated by it. This is not good defending by Alp. Adam. Well closed down so far. There's a lob for Larsson. Blixt. Touched the top of the net, I saw that one in. I really saw it in. So 22 to 3 shots. Close him down. Sederberg's got it. We basically dominated the entire game. Now we just need to get it home. Sederberg with the long ball. Skillermo, Korovic, Kulovic. Tried to find Skillermo and he's half asleep. Alp isn't though. Skillermo. Skillermo. Melander. Kulovic. Warwick. Anderson. Anderson is already on a yellow too. Yeah, you say, man. Welcome. Anderson. You arrived at the right time. I will finish it up afterwards. This will be the last scene, and then I'll wrap it up for today. But I'll be back tomorrow, or maybe this evening. Don't know, but probably tomorrow. And there's no relaxation to be had here. Warwick, last corner of the game. Can we see it through? We get another one. Yeah, we did, but it was risky, right? That's it. 3 points. Management will be happy, or the chairman, or whatever. That's the first win since, I don't know, that 5-0 smashing. Thank you very much. Maybe, well, that's not a problem. Next opponent is Gefle. They're first in the league, they usually trash us around anyway, so... They will mop the floor with us. We left relegation spots. Doesn't matter how. It's only due to the goal difference, but anyway, we left it. So, there's that. This will not go down well going forward. Well, finally, we got something. So, Tuchen, you came to the stream at the right time. I'll probably continue tomorrow. Anyway, thank you very much for all the company, and I gotta go for an appointment now. In fact, I'm a bit late. I should probably hurry. So that's it. See you all, and you're welcome back tomorrow or anytime. I'll probably try to stream for as long as I can for the remaining weekdays that are left to me. So have a good time, and until tomorrow.